Grand Rising Loungers. I hope everybody is doing as great as I am today. Listen, guys, I am on very, very early this morning because I've got a lot of stuff to do today. I've got some things I got to do with my son and some other stuff I got to do. So I won't have time to really do this later. And then I also wanted to do this before the great receipt show that is allegedly supposed to come out today. I believe it is. Let me go ahead and confirm that. Yeah, today's Thursday. So everybody in the sector would be looking for this receipt show that my bro Shock and Ra is supposed to be doing, along with the Vixen, okay, and the Starbird. So we're looking for that. But I thought this would be a really great time to kind of pull this information forward, okay, and kind of speak on some things that have been going on in Drea's past, okay? Now, there's a lot of pictures that are on the screen, okay? And we're going to go through each and every single one of these photos today, okay? And we're going to be talking about how she is connected to them, how Victor Couzens is connected to them, okay? And what has happened with this situation over the past few years, okay? This is a very, very sensitive situation. There's a lot of moving parts in this, and there's a lot of things that I still have not been privy to, okay? But I do know that others are privy to, and they actually speak on these things, okay? There's a lot of other things that are going on with this, which kind of speaks to her character and definitely speaks to a lot of things that she is willing to get involved with and how far this girl is willing to go to take somebody down, okay? Or to make, to kind of ruin somebody's life, okay? Especially if she's questioned by them or anything of that nature, okay? So there's a lot of moving parts in this, but we're gonna hear a lot of things today, okay? A little bit of housekeeping before the video starts and before we actually get into our commentary on it. There are some names that are mentioned in this video that, again, I can't say are necessarily my views or the views of Black Lounge Divine, Black Lounge Productions, Miss T. Pre, Black Lounge Entertainment, or Tanisha Price, okay? I don't think it's, necessarily my views. I do have some views on some things that I may speak on or I may reserve, okay, for now. But either way, there's quite a bit going on here. And I really think this is a good time to really start talking about these things. For those of you, again, that aren't interested in the story, perfectly fine. You're welcome to tune out. If you see that red X at the top, go ahead and click that now, because this would be the time to go ahead and hit that. All statements in this are alleged, okay? Everything is not necessarily a material fact, but these are alleged statements. And again, where there is smoke, there is most definitely fire, okay? And finally, I want to say that I'm not taking any pleasure in doing this, okay? This is not something that I'm doing to try to stake a jab at Drea or, trying to go back and forth with her. I know that there tends to be that kind of thing in this sector, right? But that is not the case in what I'm actually trying to do. What I'm doing is making a record, okay, of things that have happened with this woman. not only here in our sector, but in other places as well. And adding those things together, putting a timeline together so that we have legal recourse if necessary, as well as to keep a record of what has actually happened and what has actually taken place for the case of legalities, in the sense. Say, for instance, she really did decide one day that she was actually going to take somebody to court, not just myself, but many other people that she has threatened to do this to, including a couple of people on that are going to be mentioned today. But yeah, we have a record of these things, and there's multiple people that have those records and kind of keep that information, to kind of, just to keep things, in order, because she has a tendency to lie. She also has a tendency to remove posts and remove videos and stuff like that, thinking that that somehow is going to change things or make you appear a certain way. So, and this is, this happens across the board. So we're going to get right into this stuff today, guys. Like I said, I have a lot of information on this woman, okay? I have stuff from phone calls to text messages to videos, not videos, but, well, videos, yes. And as well as like photos and stuff like that of her, and photos of people that she knows. I have conversations from former roommates and different things like that. Like, there's a lot of information that I have on her. So it would take me quite some time, guys, honestly, to get through all of this and have the time to show you guys these things, have the time to go through it and comment and all that stuff. So yeah, it probably will more than likely be about 60 days or so worth of information. Okay. I'm going to try my best not to do that or not have it go out so far, but I don't know, guys. It really may very well be about 60 days. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get right into this commentary right now. Before we do, I'm going to go ahead and play our beginning, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into the comments, and then we'll get right into the video. Okay. So bear with me just a moment. All right, y'all know I'm a little bit dramatic with it, right? Okay. Shout out to Carla Martin for the $50 super chat. I truly appreciate that, sis. You said, hold your head, Miss T-Free. Continue shredding this mutt of an alley cat. You know it, ma'am. And like I said, I don't take any pleasure in really doing this, right? But like I said, I am going to keep a record of things that have happened with this woman based off of the similarities of these things that have happened in various places, okay? And, and the fact that she's always speaking of court and taking somebody to court and all that stuff, you got to stay 10 steps ahead of people like that, right? So you keep records of things. And this is the reason why I'm doing that. Also, so that we can compare, like I said, a lot of things that have taken place with her in various places to us, okay? And these are like things that have happened recently in the past few years, okay? So we're going to get into all of this stuff today. Yep, it's so dramatic, I know, right? Good morning, Eyes. I appreciate you. You said I haven't arrived to my 8 hours yet. Oh no, girl. Grand Rising, Carla Martin. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this stuff, guys, because like I said, there's a lot that we have to cover. And I've got everything I have today. I have receipts on stuff. I forgot to pull up the other receipts, so I'll do that on another video. We've got other videos coming, but I'm going to I did pull the receipts at least for this video, okay? Now, again, I don't try to show and play the video itself for the purpose of fair use, of course, as well as, because it's for copyright purposes, okay? The video is no longer available on YouTube. However, it is available online. By the time I am done with this series, I will put a link to everything in the description box. I am not doing that currently for the sake of protecting the people who are talking about this, protecting the blogger. Okay, there has been some law cases that have taken place with this blogger, and to protect that person, I really just don't want to put exactly where it is right now, but you guys will get to it. Okay, and there's also people that can confirm that these things actually exist and that this is not something I'm making up. Okay. But I will put a link to this, all of this stuff in the description box once we are complete with the series, or once we are at least finished with the video portion of the series. Okay. Because there's a lot more going on as well. Good morning, Very Perspectives. I appreciate you being in the building. Grand Rising to you. Okay, guys. So without further ado, we're going to get right into all of this hot tea. But before I do that, let me show you guys something really, really funny, right? When I went to make the thumbnail for this yesterday, last night, I went to make the thumbnail for this last night for the video. I first put this up, right? So it was spelled incorrectly, the common denominator, right? And I thought that was so hilarious when I first looked at it. And I was like, yo, what the hell did I just spell, right? But I think I was thinking the common demon, right? Like the whole word demon was just all in my head. And then I was just like, it just came out that way. But I did end up fixing it, okay? It is the common denominator, okay? So the common denominator, even though the common denominator, right? I can laugh at myself, guys, but I really thought that shit was hilarious, and I just had to show you guys that, okay? But it is actually the common denominator. So it is funny how she is the common denominator in all of these people's lives, okay? And we're going to get into everything today, okay? And like I said, this is a lot, and this, in fact, is a redemption for Victor Couzens, okay? So let's go ahead and get into all of this hot tea. Again, guys, all statements in this video are alleged, okay? And they are not necessarily the thoughts of myself or Black Lounge Productions, Black Lounge Entertainment, Black Lounge Divine, any of that stuff, okay? So let's go ahead and get into this right now.
To reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe on copyright under Section 17 of the U.S. Copyright. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How's everybody? How is everybody? And hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Okay, guys, just real quick. This video is about 2 hours long, okay? The video is Daryl Moore and Marcellus McMillan, okay? So they are actually talking about their conversation with Victor Couzens, okay? So we're going to get right into this right now, and they are going to explain their conversation with him and some other ministers as well. The video is about 2 hours long, so that's why I'm starting so early, guys, so that we can get through all of this stuff and also have time to comment as well, okay? Let's go ahead and get into this.
Oh my God.
Go grab your libations. Don't grab no beer yet, okay? But if you need one, I understand, okay? But try to get some water and some breakfast.
I just had to run inside. Sorry about that. I'm out of breath. Oh, man. Whew. Saw a car got fixed. I had to go out there and make sure everything was right. And I got my dang puppy mug tonight.
Oh, you don't have your puppy mug?
It's upstairs. I didn't feel like getting it.
Oh, so sad. Oh.
I know they're not, but people to be.
Now keep in mind, we're going to play everything, okay? I don't want to change the video or take anything away, or anything like that.
To get my notepads in order.
Hey, April.
How all y'all doing? People were here when I got here, man. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Garlina.
Garlina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So everybody get it out the system. Now. Everybody say, "Hi, Marcellus."
That's not the way that's supposed to go. It's supposed to be hello for everybody.
Yeah, just get it out the system now. Say hello, Marcellus, and before y'all ask,
Hey, Michelle.
before I have to cuss anybody out, do not ask what I missed. I don't understand.
Yeah, don't do that here either. Okay.
Don't stop doing that.
Please go back and listen. I'm not taking the video down. If you missed it,
Oh man, it's so good, dude.
you're gonna have to go back and listen.
Yeah. What liquor can I miss? Let me stop.
You probably could find something to mix in there. I'm not sure exactly what will work really well with that.
Vodka.
Everybody hit the like button on the
Probably,
way in.
and
I
especially if
truly
you like
appreciate
cool it
everybody
off,
that's in the
you like
clouds.
have it cool
Appreciate you
with
guys
the
being with the lounge
ice
this
and,
early.
stuff
Shout
like
out
that.
to
That
you
might be
guys.
really good.
Everybody on their way to work.
Oh man, who did I say? Hey Bobby. Hey Lexus.
Ooh, I got
driver.
the juice for you this morning, honey. I told that girl, leave me
I think
alone.
I said that right. Did I say that
Didn't
right?
I tell her,
can't
leave me
see.
alone,
Let me
y'all?
put on my glasses. Jesus. I think I said
Maybe
that
she'll
right.
get the point after this.
Okay, everybody. Well, we're to about 2-3 minutes in.
Probably not. Though.
First of all, I guess we better get started because this might be a little lengthy. Hold on, let me mute my television. I don't know if you guys
let me
can hear
mute
that.
that thing over here on Facebook because everybody gonna start blowing me up, and I'm gonna have to block it and cut the phone.
And I might have to get up in case I have to read my text messages, but I'm not gonna. Hopefully, I don't have to do that. To all of the mods and the people that are in the chat, thank you guys for your work. Hey, Paul. I'm going to be saying,
same here.
We're going to be talking about this Andrea Garrison situation, and I want it to be emphatically understood. This is the last time that I'm going to talk about Andrea Garrison. I want this to be a matter of public record. I want this to be a matter of public record for the experiences that I have had with her, as well as some other individuals have had with her. And that is the purpose of this particular video. If you are finding this video is to be a public record of our personal experiences with her and information that has been delivered to us by other people. This video, and I am hooked to the Ethernet. Yes, April.
All right, brother.
This is to be a matter of public record. This is not meant to slander. This is not meant to malign anyone's character.
Exactly.
This is not meant to misrepresent, nor are these to be considered to be material facts.
Exactly.
This is simply our encounters and conversations that we have had over the months and weeks dealing with Andrea Garrison.
And keep that in mind while we're listening to this, based off of things that we have experienced in our sector with this woman, or any questions that we've had in regards to her past, okay, or whether or not, what exactly was taking place with her over in the church sector, okay? So let's go ahead and listen in, because child, and strap in, put your seatbelt on, okay? Put your seatbelt on, all right?
As a matter of public record, that is the purpose for this information. And we are going to begin. Let's start here. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess it was last year, or maybe in the year, I'm not really sure. Was it 2015 or 2016 when she showed up on that other vlogger's platform? Do you remember what year that was?
No, I do not. I just know that the original person that was supposed to do the story was William McCrae. And that didn't work out because he saw some holes in the story. So and Larry Reed's left.
All right. Well, for me, the vlogger who shall remain nameless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So we're remaining. The vlogger is remaining nameless at this particular point. We're
so
just kind of trying.
I think everybody understands that they generally, especially Daryl Moore, does not speak Larry Reed's name on any videos based off of the legalities around and concerning their case. Okay, I can speak Larry Reed's name. You guys can. We can talk about it. I'm not under any gag order or anything of that nature. So I most definitely can speak on this. And this is, again, commentary in regards to this matter. This does not mean that I have the same views, but I wanted to make sure that I put that in there. Okay, let's go ahead and keep going. And again, I did not get this information from Daryl Moore directly.
That
Breadbasket blogger.
So, with that being said, guys, when this Andrea Garrison went to this other vlogger here on Facebook and YouTube, on the YouTube space, she told a story about being rejected by Victor Couzens, and she said that Victor Couzens and her had an 8-year affair and had an 8-year relationship, and she said off and on, and it sort of
Grand Rising, Lance Christopher.
Her getting on Facebook and going live on Facebook and pretty much saying that I guess she was rejected by him and he married another lady. And at the same time, she's claiming that he was, making, statements to her about still wanting to be with her, etc., etc. And she has, by the way, you guys, if you can, it's 182 of you here, so please hit the like button.
Please, because on block, flag, and report, all the other crap.
She made some statements regarding, Victor Couzens wanting to be with her, and, she had proof, and so she goes on to this other vlogger's platform, and she makes these claims of being pretty much left destitute, saying things like she was gonna I guess something about her leaving her apartment, and she was going to, she was turning in her 30 days notice or something to her apartment, and she was going to be going trying to move down to be with Mr. Couzens.
Now, listen, guys, we are going to go into that particular story. Okay, I want you guys to remember this part of the story for a future video. Okay, because when you find out why Andrea was really moving, okay, you're gonna be like, what? Whoa, child. Okay, listen, that's another video. That's a whole another part of this 60 Days of Hell. Okay, but I want you guys to mostly just keep that portion of this story in the back of your mind. Okay, that she was leaving. She had put in a 30 days notice, quote, all this stuff, right? And then she was thinking that she was moving in with Victor Couzens and all this other stuff. Keep all of that in mind, okay, when we hear this future video. All right, let's go ahead and take this in, though, honey. We got to take this in first. All right, let's go ahead and keep going.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we spoke with Mr.
It gets deep.
We had some conversations with Victor Couzens, and there was a whole host of information that Victor Couzens gave us in regards to this. I don't know. There should be isn't there a banner for the non-vlogger, for the vlogger that shall remain?
So I'm going to start putting those up too as they go along.
Person we're focused on.
Yes, sir.
This particular.
Okay, let's find the invisible bread basket there. There we go.
Okay. She goes on to this vlogger's platform, and she makes some claims concerning Victor Couzens, saying that Victor Couzens was, leaving her destitute because she had put in her 2 weeks notice and she was supposed to be going down there to move in with him. What happened?
I'm just saying, allegedly.
Oh, okay. And,
allegedly.
And that was what she was
when y'all hear that
saying,
story.
and that she alleged that happened between him and her. Now, according to Victor Couzens, and Daryl, you might want to interject because I'm not going to I don't have notes here today. I'm sure you do.
I sure do. I was just waiting for you.
According to her, she's been in an off and on relationship with Victor. Can you remember what Victor told us? Because I remember him saying that when he met her, she was already pregnant, correct? And with her second child, correct? Now,
which we now know is
impression at the time. Well, he knew.
Which we now know is baby number 3.
Else was unassuming that was her first child, but that was second child.
It's her third child. She was pregnant with. Let me stop. She was pregnant at the time that they're talking about with Ishmael, who is her third child. We all know that now. Let's go ahead and keep going.
And with that being said, there was a situation where off and on, I guess they were seeing each other.
Right.
And there was a point in time when Victor pretty much was telling Andrea that he no longer wanted to be with her.
Right.
And she kept trying to get him to come see her at a hotel, and he kept rejecting her. She kept, according to Victor Couzens, she kept sending him nude photographs and trying to draw him in, and he flat out refused. Now, this particular vlogger that Miss Garrison went to ran with the story. The story became very huge, blew up on his platform, and later there was some inconsistencies with some of the stories that he was stating, and Andrea was apparently, I guess, bringing other women to this other vlogger to tell their stories and some of the things that they had gone through with other preachers. And there were some things that had gone awry in that situation, and it caused Andrea and that vlogger to fall out. So that particular vlogger and her began to battle it out, and she then left that particular vlogger's platform, and then she went over to another vlogger's platform, and we'll just call him, what would you call him? I can't even think of a name right now because I'm a little frustrated.
Oh, the King.
King Jives.
The King. We'll just call him the King.
This is King Jives they're talking about now. Now, before Jives, she was basically panel hopping, jumping from whatever place that she could to tell this story about Victor Couzens, and anybody that would pick it up, she would jump, to them. And then once they picked up that there was holes in the story, they would fall out with her. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going.
So she goes over to the new vlogger, and she starts ranting and raving. And I believe that was in December of last year concerning.
No, she got in contact with me around October because she was already on the outs with the other person.
Oh, okay. So I didn't really come into this until December.
I came in around December, January. That's when you and I started.
So notice a pattern of her going from content creator to tell this story, and then falling out with them. And then in her falling out with them, she begins to try to paint them as crazy and deranged, and they want her and they're after her and she's a victim of them and all this other stuff. Okay, go ahead and let's go ahead and keep going.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, this tea is so good. Okay, so her and this vlogger started a relationship, and she then began to tell this new vlogger that she was going to be passing some legislation.
Appreciate you being in,
and she was working on some legislation, and that particular vlogger started having questions. And he has another individual that supports his show. He refers to her as his sister. And she got in the comment section and started asking questions about this legislation.
This would be Miss Miko, okay, that they're talking about now.
And some of the things, the claims that Miss Garrison was making. Right. Well, Miss Garrison then became quite upset. And at the time, a lot of us began to defend Miss Garrison because we thought that individuals were victim shaming her because of some of the statements that they were making. Well, Miss Garrison never produced any documentation as it relates to her bill being passed. And as it relates, she never even produced any documentation showing that she was going to court personally with Victor Couzens. Anything that came in the media as it relates to Victor Couzens, as it relates to the church, was completely Mrs. Garrison going out on Instagram, social media, and she began to email, text message Paul Morton, or any place that she could get on to sort of smear Victor Couzens' name.
This would be Paul
but
Morton.
she never produced any sort of evidence to show us that she personally, Andrea Garrison versus Victor Couzens, had any sort of court case or documentation as it relates to that. And after a while, I began to question some of the things that she was saying, some of the things that she was doing, but I kept quiet as it relates to some of the things that she was doing and saying, etc. And so it became, a situation behind the scenes where I just did not trust her. And you all know from the previous video that I did, I talked about, why that was and how her and I was discussing things behind the scenes. And so that's how that was. I don't remember who the next slide was. So just, it should be another person, right?
I think they're going to talk about Davis. Now, y'all put y'all seatbelts on.
Okay. Well, no, that doesn't come until later.
Okay. Just want to do.
All right. So there is Victor Couzens.
Okay. So let's do this one. Okay.
So as it relates to Andrea and Victor Couzens, she has not, as far as I have seen, as far as I have been able to research, I have not seen her personally produce any documentation that she is suing this man, that she has a court case against this man. I have seen her do nothing but say that he and her was in a relationship for 8 years, and she's making claims that he was supposed to be she was supposed to be moving in with him, etc., etc. My conversation with Victor Couzens simply went, he simply said that is not a fact.
Yes, guys, we're going to go over that video. Let me pause this real quick. We're going to go over that video and in like somewhere in this 60 Days of Hell, because there was a lot of things that she said in that video, along with other videos that I have. Okay, so we're going to go through all of that stuff and just kind of compare those things to what she says now, compare those things to the other sectors and all of that. So that's coming up too. So shout out to you for that. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Andrea off. And he had cut Andrea off for some time, and she was very, very upset about it. And even some email that I seen Andrea try to post
I know that, not the one. I appreciate you being in the
building.
building. Now, this is a prime example of someone from the church sector who is not on the side of Daryl Moore, right? In regards to the situation with Larry and Conscious and everything else, right? I do understand that, and I know that, right? I have been very neutral in that particular aspect because I actually like Conscious myself, and also I'm not necessarily against everything, but I disagree with a lot of things concerning Larry Reed, right? But I think we can all be diplomatic about that. And I think everybody understands that. But this is a prime example of someone that could be objective in this situation and say, hey, yes, they're being honest, in regards to Drea. And that's just what it is. Now, that's unfortunate for her, but, that's literally what it is. So Grand Rising to you too. You said, now I can't stand Failure Moore and his lying crew, but so far they're being honest. Okay. So we're going to get into some more stuff too. Grand Rising Riz, I appreciate you being in the building. And Sparkle, I appreciate you as well as being a member. Truly appreciate that. Carla, you said peace to your day, eyes. And you said peace to Riz, Sparkle. All right, so let's go ahead and keep going, guys, because right now we're on the Victor Couzens part of it. Okay, you said good morning. Everybody's saying good morning. All right, let's go ahead.
To verify the case that he was still wooing her or trying to get to with her, the email that she showed to me looks like a forwarded email, and it looks like an email that somebody else received. It doesn't look like an email from Victor to her, and she has not produced that email, a clear email that can be read, understood, that was addressed to her, that we can say this was something that was addressed to her. And so that's been a.
Now, does that sound familiar in our sector, especially from our receipt shows that we've been having and the new receipt show coming out tonight and stuff like that? How we've been waiting on these receipts for almost 2 weeks, how we've been waiting on receipts on Let Me See Your Transcript for well over a year, how we've been waiting on receipts on Daryl Moore for well over a year. We've been waiting on the website for me. We've been all this stuff we're waiting on, right? Like we're just waiting because she feels we should wait on her and her white privilege. Okay, but let's go ahead and keep moving. Let's go ahead and go because we still waiting on these receipts, and this shit was from 2018. All right, so shit. I mean, girl, you real late on these receipts right here. Forget about our receipts. We talking about these receipts. Okay, can we get these at least? We haven't gotten these yet. Let's go ahead and do that.
Serious problem. Now, Victor Couzens was someone who was becoming upwardly mobile in the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship.
100.
He was becoming quite popular. He's grown this church, this ministry. I believe the church that he's in right now was about a $4 million building, and they have all sorts of things that they're going through financially because of the fallout of this story between Andrea Garrison and him. Now, I have to tell you on a personal note,
Take your time.
I'm not, everybody who knows me knows I'm not a fan of the whole, preacher dynamic and how things in the institutional church are done. But I have to say, in this particular case, in my opinion, this guy has been railroaded. He has been railroaded. He has his, even though he's not innocent, let's just understand that he's not innocent. But as it relates to this lady in this particular situation, I feel that he has been completely railroaded.
We got to laugh for a minute.
What happened?
Just read that.
Allegedly disease. Okay, well.
So right now, what they're looking at, guys, let me just tell y'all what they're looking at. It's funny because right now, when you guys get the link to this, you'll see. But what they're looking at right now is somebody in the comments had put up allegedly disease because allegedly is on the screen and then mad church disease is right after it, but it's under it. So it says, look, it looks like it says allegedly disease with her picture up there. So, but let's go ahead and keep moving. That's
up to you. That's your job. I can't. That's you left it up there. It is what it is, guys. Allegedly disease. But,
all right. So anyway, I remember you said Larry Reed is his own man and he depends on his supporters. Always have a mind of your own. 100%. I agree with that. You said, I do find it strange. She has an unknown rave and 2 different birthdays from her police reports. That is strange. Exactly. You said she and her puppet master thought Deceptive was full of fools. Mess around and find the fuck out. Okay. I'm just saying. I told her, leave me alone. You said, LOL, Carla, big things come in small packages. Okay. Ciao. All right. Let's go ahead and listen. In.
But, so that's the situation as it relates to this. So she went to the initial vlogger, she told the story, and the fallout from this situation was that this guy's church, his entire ministry, and everything about what he had going on has pretty much been falling to the ground. Now, there was some, I don't want to say any names yet because I don't know what I can say and can't say right now.
In her own words in them text messages, and then I'm gonna go into my notes.
Okay, we all told you about the situation with the guy that she was supposedly dating, that worked at the funeral home, and his name again was, what was it? Was it Michael?
No, we didn't get I didn't give his name out.
Okay, no. But the name of the funeral home was Jordan, the Jordan Funeral Home, right? Right. And according to Victor Couzens and the information that we received from him, Andrea was always telling him some story about her being raped or something to that effect. And he said if he had, money for every time this girl said she had been raped, he'd been a very rich man. So I think what started to happen to him and
You got tired of her lying?
Yeah, he got tired. And he realized what kind of person she was.
And got rid of it. Because he said it, and the grandmother who has custody of Andrea's oldest child said 90% of what comes out of her mouth is a lie.
Okay, so let me go ahead and go through the comment section. You said, Not the One says, breaking the culture is being very deceitful to this sector with her and Larry's relationship. Larry deals with her with a long-handled spoon. Yes, and I meant to bring up the video of King, the official King Payne, where Larry was actually in the chat at some point in that video break. Eyes, you got the video on your channel, right? But you don't have the part highlighted where Larry is in the comment section. Larry was in the comment section that day, and he made it very clear when Breaking the Culture was on the panel that she does not represent him at all. Okay, and he's not. He said he'll make his own statements, but her statements do not represent him, and that he made that very clear. So yes, I agree with that. I know that is very true. She tries to act like she's so very important to Larry Reed. She keeps trying to name drop him every time she tries to mention one of us, or name dropping CTV and all this other stuff. Come to find out, I actually looked at, and shout out to I Am Human First and some others. No, not I Am Human First. Knockout Media. That's who it was. Knockout has a video up on his channel where CTV cussed her the fuck out. Okay, so now I can say this much. I'm going to say this much about the CTV thing. She actually told me, and I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to give you guys the marker of this, when this happened. Okay. You guys remember when the whole Shouting to the Void thing happened and Shakim had fell out with us and he went on CTV's panel, right? And then I also went up on CTV's panel and I was talking about this thing, and Breaking the Culture tried to jump on the panel and tried to tell me, don't be on the panel, get off the panel. You don't want to talk about this with them. You don't want to do this. I can't this and this and this. And she was texting me in the background. And she was just like, I can't deal with this. If you're gonna talk to him, because CTV, he's a user, he's an abuser, he's disrespectful, he lies. She just went on this barrage of shit about him that I had never known, right? That she felt. So after I got I still remained on the panel. I remember telling her when I was on the panel, like, okay, no, I'm gonna stay here. And CTV told her too, like, no, she good. If she want to be here, she wants to be here. Like, and it was just strange that she was trying to tell me that I need to get off this panel. You know what I'm saying? And then in the background, she's texting me all this stuff she can't stand about CTV, and he's this, he's a liar, he's this, he's drugs, he's on drugs. All the stuff like I'm hearing Daryl Moore say, she was saying about CTV as well. Okay, she told me I cannot trust him. I can't believe nothing he says. She went on a rampage, and I still got them text messages, so she can't lie about that shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure I still got them. It's in my old phone. I'd have to pull that shit up, but I'm pretty sure them text messages are still there. Okay, but she definitely told me that. And she's told me that just over the phone too. After I did get off the panel, I ended up calling her, right? And I'm like, yo, what is going on? Why am I feeling like, because I felt like I was the only one fighting over the situation. Why aren't you up here boxing with me? This is our shit, right? Like, this is supposed to be our podcast. We're supposed to be, keeping up with our namesake and whatnot. So why aren't we talking about this this is a big opportunity to have this conversation. You know what I'm saying? In the meantime, I'm still thinking that she's on the up and up with this podcast, y'all. Okay. I'm not thinking that she's on some bullshit at that moment. So I remember her telling me that shit about him. And I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised at all that they treat her with a long-handled spoon, because of the kind of shit that she fucking does. Like, she's a liar. You understand? Like, she will take the smallest thing, of you just not wanting to deal with her, or just not believing her story, or asking her questions, or poking holes in her, in her story, to, just literally come at your entire life. And it's fucking crazy how I've actually dealt with that with her. And then to turn around and find out how many other people have dealt with this as well. But shout out to you for that, not the one, because yes, she is being deceitful about her relationship with all of them. And it's crazy. You said, as a member of the DMV, as you already know, okay? Grand Rising, Honeybee, I appreciate you being in the building. You said, good morning, Miss T. Pre, Eyes, and Carla Martin. You said, correct, not the one. Boom, okay? You said, hey to Sparkle. You said, hey, peace to you, beautiful one, honeybee. And you said, LOL, Carla, just wait until I give y'all this testimony. Okay, child, we waiting. You said, hey to Riz. You said, hey to honeybee and Redbone and not the one. You said, I'm still trying to figure out why she thinks she is the big bad wolf. I have no idea. I don't know if it's from her past. You know, I think there are some future things that we'll get into in regards to her and her lifestyle and different things like that. There are some things that we'll get into that may explain some of it. And then I'll be able to tell you some things she actually told me personally, you know, that kind of go along with that as well. Right. But yeah, I think there is some reasons, and we'll get into that in a future video. You said, I will try to find it and do a screenshot. Okay. Yeah, because it's definitely there where Larry said that in that chat that that she does not represent him. Yeah, you said, hey to honeybee. You said, damn my opinion. You said, hey. You said, and you said, and don't be fooled by the pics she puts up of her and Larry. He will take pics with anyone. Yeah, because I think she was out one day. She ended up telling me like they were out somewhere, or she was somewhere in New York, and he was somewhere up there too. Because she lives literally a hop, skip, and a jump. You can see like right from their apartment. If you're standing outside, the Hudson River is right there, and right across the Hudson is New York City. Okay, like you can ride through the Holland Tunnel and be there, and the Holland Tunnel is literally like a block from her house. Okay, from Danny's house. Okay, so, but anyway, we'll get into all of that stuff. But yeah, I know that for a fact. You know, it's very easy to run into any type of celebrities in New York. Okay, and be like, "Ooh, can I get your picture with you?" And they're gonna take a picture real quick and just keep it moving. That's like common thing up there. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if she happened to see him, or even if they met up in person somehow or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised at that. So yeah, but he don't fuck with her at all, y'all. At all. Okay. It's funny because, like I said, with this sector and with her bullshit that she's been doing in this sector, she literally tried to get Larry and Conscious to pick up this story. And neither one of them are doing that. Okay. They're not paying attention to her at all, because it ain't that deep. And they know how much of a snake her motherfucking ass is as well. Let's go ahead and keep it moving though. We got some more to get through. We got a lot more to get through. We're only 20 minutes into this video.
And she told the lie that she had a child that died. He went to that funeral home thinking he was going to help her with some funeral arrangement. And the guy she was claiming was the baby dad, he was an employee of the funeral home. And he was going home to his child that day to celebrate that child's birthday. So who does that? You lie that you had a child that died, and then you go to the funeral home? I mean, you go so far with your lie that you have, I guess you're trying to make him feel guilty of something else, stay with you or whatever. And you do all of that just to get him to stay with you or be with you, and he don't want you anymore.
How far away is your mic?
My mic is right here.
So let me give you guys a little bit of background of that, because he fixes his microphone. So what happened was break-in, and I think we weren't very clear on exactly what happened. Okay, so break-in was going through her whole emotional meltdown and was trying to tell Victor that she needed to be with him and she needed a place to be and all that. And you guys will know in a future video, what exactly happened. Okay, we're going to get into all of it. Okay, all of it. Okay, but anyway, she was in Ohio and she was melting down and telling him she needed to be with him, needed a place to stay. He was telling her no, no, right? She wasn't that important to him. And he was just telling her like, nah, it's not that deep. And no, you can't come and stay with me. And that's when she tried to tell him how bad she needed him and that her child had passed away and that she needed, his emotional support and all this stuff. So him being like, and I think anybody that would pull at anybody's heartstrings, right? Like, oh my God, your child passed away. Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see what I can do, right? So he went down to the funeral home that she claimed the child was at, okay? She wasn't betting on him doing that, okay? I think she was betting on, and this is, like I said, we will find out in a future video, the scams of the Vixen, okay? The scams of the Vixen, and how a lot of motherfuckers, a lot of AAS friends are scammers, okay? But the scams of the Vixen we'll get into at another time. But either way, what is believed is that she thought Victor Couzens was just going to write her a check and give it to her, or hand her some money, okay, over for this baby's alleged funeral, okay? What she wasn't betting on is him actually going down to the funeral home, which he went to the funeral home and met Michael Henderson, who was the alleged father of Michael Jr., okay? But he thought that he was his father until he had a DNA test, okay? But either way, this whole situation happened where she went down to the funeral. He went down to the funeral home to try to see if he can offer assistance, give a check, give some money, whatever he can do. He'd have to go, of course, and ask the church if they, would be willing to do it. He would sit down with the committee, and then they would write a check out and give that to the funeral home. He said there would not be a problem to do that. But Michael was like, there is no baby here. That's the child you're talking about is my child, right? And he's at home right now. I'm about to go home and celebrate his birthday. That's what happened in that situation. I can't believe any woman would even do something like that. Like a person who has carried, like, I want you to think about, and I know the mothers can hear this and feel this, right? But for men who think, hey, moms, y'all go through a lot when you're pregnant and you're having a baby, and, all we do is we're there, and we're there for the birth, and we're there through the pregnancy. And, but there's a magical thing about carrying another life for 9 whole months, right? Where you feel everything that child feels. They feel everything you feel too, right? Like if you're emotional, they feel that. If they're emotional, you can feel that. You can see and feel them move. You can feel flutters at a very, very young and early part of the pregnancy. And then you start to see their body parts just move all through your belly and stuff. And you touch them and you hold them and you play with them and you can't wait. You read to them and different things. And you can't wait to hold that child, right? And to touch and to kiss and nurture that child and feed that child and bless that child. That is mothering. That comes with instinct, right? I can't understand how even people that give their children up for adoption, or that don't necessarily raise the child, they let the father raise them, or they let somebody else raise them, right? Where in their mind would it ever come to tell anybody that child has passed away, or that child doesn't exist at all? Like, that comes from sickness and disease. That comes from evilness. You understand? Because there's no way that I could see myself feeling those babies like I did, and raising them into who they are now, right? And still seeing their successes, seeing the things that they've gone through, seeing other things, and being, in their life. I could never imagine being that evil with them. I could never imagine anything like that. So I guess that's why this touches me so much, right? When it comes to the kids, I can't imagine doing that to Aiden, doing that to Michael. Hashtag, where are they? Where are they? Let's talk about them, because this is crazy that she could do something like that to these kids, that she could lie so easily like that about her own children, and then try to gaslight you for talking about it, try to gaslight you for speaking on it. And even when I wasn't speaking on it, right? The only people I had talked to about my feelings was my members. They were the only ones that knew how I really felt about Aiden and Michael, and why I had to walk away from breaking the culture. You understand? She knew too. She knew. But I didn't put it on this public, this public thing. I didn't put it out there for everybody, right? Because it wasn't everybody's business. But when that bitch tried to come for me and lie on me for no reason, just because she knew I knew her game, just because she knew I knew better and I could see right through her bullshit, that was the reason why this bitch tried to come for me. But bitch, you got the right one, okay? Because I got all your tea. I got all your tea. When these people came forward about this stuff with you, you have no idea how many people came out the woodwork on your ass, bitch. People that you've claimed are your friends and then turn around and say they're dead just because they don't fuck with your ass no more. Yeah, you famous for saying that about people. People that's not in your life that you tell, oh, you know what? They've died. Yeah, you remember Mel? We'll talk about Mel in a future video. One of her friends that she claimed is dead. Mel is perfectly alive. Yeah. That person don't fuck with you no more. You have no idea how fucking deep in your shit I am, bitch. You have no idea. But you can keep playing with me. And like I said, it could be 60 days. 60 days. We're going to take a quick break, y'all. 30 seconds. And we'll be right back to the commentary.
Drop it.
I'm sorry.
I should have left it alone. Now I gotta. Oh crap! You made me mess it up. Oh, Marcellus.
Can you go back? Can you fix it?
Yeah, I can fix it.
All right,
hold on. Let me get into the comments real quick with y'all, and then I'll get right back to all of this stuff. There's a lot of things you guys just said. So shout out to everybody who is most definitely in the building and giving us all the information, all the tea. We talking about this. We getting this all out the way. We're going to get all this stuff out the way, and then we're going to get on to our true crime and stuff. Okay. You said she lied about living in Manhattan. Danny's place is in New Jersey and lied about a baby that died and left 2 kids in her dust. Bitch, please. Fraudulent hoes. Exactly. It's amazing how AAS puts certain people on a pedestal, right? That really literally ain't fucking shit. You understand? Like, when you say these bitches ain't shit, man, but hoes and tricks, like, listen, this bitch is literally the epitome of that fucking shit. Real shit. It's crazy. You said begging men for a place to stay using the sympathy role. Now, here's the thing. I do want to say this about the Manhattan house. Danny does have another apartment in Tribeca. That apartment is where Shakim Ra was supposed to stay when he was coming up there, and he was supposed to have the Airbnb. Danny does have that house. That is an Airbnb now, but him and Drea and the kids were living there at one time. Okay. At the time, I'm trying to remember. At the time that she was on the that video with Stargate, that time that her and Stargate fell out, they were still living in Tribeca at that time. Okay. But then they moved to New Jersey, and they live in the apartment that they live in now. Okay. And that's kind of how that went. But when she was on that panel with Stargate, they were at that other apartment in Tribeca. So I don't know if they had moved there yet or whatever, but they be back and forth as well. But they live in New Jersey, and the kids go to school from New Jersey and everything. Okay. So yeah, but he does have that apartment there. And she did used to live in the Bronx before, well, we'll get into that in a future video. But before she actually went out back to Ohio and all that stuff, she did have an apartment out there, okay, where she did that video and all that stuff. Yeah, this girl, man, talk about evictions and moving in places and all this stuff. Fuck a car note, bitch. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You damn right I'm gonna let the car go if I can't afford that shit at the moment. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what that got to do with anything concerning any of this motherfucking shit about you, okay? I can't wait till Shakim does a receipt show on you, ma'am. How about that, okay? Shit. Fuck all the other bullshit and all this distractions and shit. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit, girl. Shit. Anyway, you said begging men for places to stay using the sympathy role. Uh-huh. Oh, honey, we're going to get into that stuff. Yeah. You said just sit back and watch her destroy her minions. Squidward turned her back on those babies. I couldn't do that to a dog. Alley cat. Exactly, honey. It don't make no sense how she just ignores her kids like they don't even exist. I can't understand. You said now when she jumped to Failure Moore's platform, she was pregnant, but on video drinking wine and smoking weed due to her quote unquote sickle cell diagnosis. I heard that shit, child, and I thought I hollered. Like when I heard that, I did hear that. Okay. When I heard that, and my loungers are going to hear it too, because I'm going to end up playing that. Child, listen, when I heard that shit, I fucking hollered in this house, okay? I said, what doctor is out here prescribing wine and weed for sickle cell for pregnant women? The doctor told you to pick up some weed and pick up some wine, okay? For this sickle cell for your pregnancy, girl. Like, what the? Child, I'm over this bitch. That baby. And I heard about the baby. We'll get into all of that stuff. We're going to get into all of those things too. Those are all coming out about breaking. You said Karma coming, not the one. Okay. You said Carla Martin, no doubt. Okay. You said, okay, when's the wedding? Hashtag when is the wedding? I don't know if there's going to be one, to be honest. Once we get into a lot of other stuff that's coming up, once I have I'll show you guys some other things that I've got. I'm telling y'all, I don't know if Danny want to marry this girl. I don't think he necessarily does, but we are most definitely going to get into all this hot tea, child. You said Carla Martin, 10 days till never. You said LOL, not the one, and Riz laughed. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into this now.
Time. We ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm glad I started early with y'all,
he's
man.
Fixing the mic. That just sort of gives everybody a rundown of that. Now, the Victor Couzens that you see on the screen right now is a shadow of the Victor Couzens that was before this whole altercation. You know, he had dreadlocks, he was something else, and even all of the receipts that you see that Andrea posted 9 times out of 10 have something to do with somebody else's relationship with him, not hers. You know, when she produces a receipt as it relates to Victor Couzens, she'll produce a receipt like this. Here's a picture of me sitting beside Victor's father. And any guy who knows, if you're approached by an attractive girl and says, "Hey, I want to take a picture with you," most of us are not going to refuse that picture. We're going to take that picture.
That's right.
And that's just how it goes. You know, she has some pictures of a time that they went to Miami together. Victor Couzens did not deny that when I spoke with him. He talked about the fact that they had been to Miami 2 times. So he did let me know that as well. So that's something that, you know, that he did make us aware of about that. Before I move on, is there anything else you want to say about that in your notes?
I'm waiting to get to the Greg Davis part, but
I bet you are.
Y'all ready? Okay.
Long enough,
I think they're gonna talk about this. If they are,
so you laid a good groundwork.
You might want to grab a bottle of beer.
I got all the eyes that I'm gonna be bumping.
All right, now who's the next person up?
The next person up on the wheel. Let's say I want to say this man, right? Let's see. This one? Nope. Is it this one? Yep.
Oh man, y'all ready?
Go here?
No. We'll go here.
Okay,
all right, now this is right.
Now listen. Sit down. If you're standing up, if you're vacuuming, if you're driving, pull over. Okay, child, because it's about to get spicy in this bitch.
All right. we have been on the phone with several different preachers and several different people who have given us an account of some conversations that they have had with Andrea, and that they've had with other preachers as it relates to her relationship with the.
Oh God! Hold on, guys. All right, hold on a second, guys. Let me play a quick timer. My daughter's at the door. I gotta go open the door for her. All right, let me put you guys on a minute timer. And we'll be right back to this hot shit, honey, because it's hot. Yes, pull over, honey, because it's about to get spicy. I'm telling y'all. Okay, y'all ready? Okay, let's go.
Who is?
You don't keep churches long.
Hold on, I gotta rewind it a little bit because
the word
I think we missed
on the word network.
No, we don't.
And it has been conveyed to us, and some information was given to us. Now, this information is not a material fact; it is all alleged at this particular point. But there have been information that has been given to us that this particular gentleman and Miss Garrison have had a relationship. That we were told that the person says that they were told by Miss Garrison that they've had that Mr. This gentleman here, what's his name again? Greg Davis. That Mr. Davis and her have had a sexual encounter at least twice that they are aware of. Now, if there are
in the hotel room, made her feel special.
If there are other indications that they have, we don't know. And all of this, of course, is alleged. It's not a material fact, but this is what we were told. And so
now there's a reason.
This is what
now I want you guys to hear this whole thing out, okay? Because there's a reason why there would be a connection to him. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going.
But to add insult to injury in relation to this particular case and situation, we were told that this particular gentleman, when I guess for whatever reason, go ahead.
No, I'm talking April.
For whatever reason, this gentleman and Andrea have been working together, having some type of relationship, and the purpose of their relationship was to minimize and to have some type of an effect on Victor Couzens' upwardly mobile progress in the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship. That is what we were told. And so that is the information that has been alleged at this particular point in time. We are still talking to people. People are still reaching out to us. And
now I want you guys to understand that they have had conversations with multiple ministers, multiple pastors. Okay. Marcellus has connections with, the church world. Okay. So there is multiple people that are confirming this story. It's not that this is just something they pulled off the top of their heads or anything. These people are confirming this story because they know that Victor Couzens has been railroaded, okay? And, you know, for these particular reasons, allegedly. Now, I can't say this is true or not. All I'm saying is, like I said, bitch, leave me alone, right? Because now we can release the Kraken and talk about all of this stuff and this large umbrella of situations which motherfuckers are telling you to shut the fuck up on, right? While you're out here talking shit and, you know, rubbing bad, you know, making, you know, making bad blood with people and creating issues with people, you're opening up these stories because people are talking about your bullshit and what happened to Victor and what's going on with Victor. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going. We're going to go ahead and listen. And like I said, everything is alleged, okay? But when there's smoke, there's fire. Let's go ahead and keep going.
We're saying that if you even have more information in that regard, you feel free to reach out to us. And we're even putting that out there for people to continue to give us a call and give us more information about that. With that being said,
she needs to go get assistance.
The gentleman that has been alleged to have
help.
been orchestrating some things behind the scenes with Miss Garrison, and we were told that it's just not with this one preacher. We were told that there have been other preachers who have been involved with involved. Yeah, what'd you say?
With her services.
Yes, and that they're using that in some sort of fashion to, I guess, bring down preachers or have information or dirt on preachers, etc. Now, we've reached out and we've asked. I've said it.
Now, before he goes any further, I want you guys to hear the words that he just said. They are using her to bring down preachers or to have dirt on preachers, right? We know from her past in just our sector that she will make up stuff. She will create receipts. She will create things, to make and smear somebody's name and smear somebody, smear a situation. And we're aware of the fact that she does this on a regular basis, okay, in this sector alone. So imagine what she has done with this. Now let's go ahead and keep going. And other preachers as well. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Several videos that if Miss Garrison wants to come on,
remember, she came into our sector telling us she was a dominatrix. She's into BDSM. She's into all these things, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and keep going.
And so is this gentleman, Mr. Davis. He's welcome to come on and give us any information, but this is what information is coming across our desk at this particular time as it relates to this information. Now, you put up the first text message, please. The one from Larry.
Okay, yes, I'm going to see which ones it is because I have two from Larry. And I'm trying to see if it's this one.
No, that's the prophecy one.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go.
Okay, this is a text message between Larry Reed and Andrea Garrison. Okay, Larry sends Andrea this.
Now, one thing I want to say about these texts before they get into them, right? This is a clear example of how this hoe will take information that you've talked about with her, right? And send it to somebody else. So she was clearly sending text messages between herself and Larry Reed to Daryl Moore and his team. Okay? Because they have possession of it. How do they have possession of text messages between her and Larry Reed if Larry Reed or her didn't send them to them? Okay, so this is a prime example of this kind of stuff that she likes to do behind the scenes. Let's go ahead and keep going and with what these text messages say, okay, and what this is all about.
Say his name for the purposes of this this text message. Otherwise, I wouldn't say his name.
His name's at the top anyway.
It says here, he sends Andrea a message, and he says, "Someone told me you and Greg Davis is having sex. I told them no, they aren't. I told them Greg Davis is having sex with his admin at his church. Laugh out loud." So, according to the text message that Larry sends Andrea, Larry is alleging and saying to Andrea that Greg Davis is having sex with his administrator in his church. Okay. And she responds to him and says, me and Greg Davis is not and has never had sex ever. Plus, he talks to my sister. Now, what does she mean by talks to her?
Notice in between there, guys, for our sector. This is our sector. This is stuff that Marcellus and them weren't picking up, and we'll go into this in a future video as well, okay? But notice in between there, the ever, there's a huge space before that exclamation point, right? That is signature for breaking the culture and how she talks and texts and stuff like that. And we've seen that across the board with her in a lot of different spaces. Okay, I just have to throw that in there because again, we're going to get into some text messages and some YouTube video messages that she left in the chats in a future video. Okay, let's go ahead and keep it moving though.
His sister. Does he mean that they're talking
under a
in
phantom
a
account?
Way? Are they just talking on the phone? What kind of way does she mean by talks? Normally in our vernacular, in our community, when you say that, that means that they're having some type of relationship. So we don't know. She says the man is almost 70, but Vic knows Davis, told me about him and Abby, so he probably put that rumor out there. And then Larry goes on to say Full Gospel is having a conference here this week, blah, blah, blah. And she says, I know that they're weak, shaking my head to say I slept with that man, shaking my head, people are sick. But I need to let you know, first of all, someone had told the same information to Larry Reed. And so Larry Reed also knew or had an inclination that Andrea was having some type of relationship or possibly having some type of relationship with Greg Davis. So he then texts Andrea and then asks Andrea, was she having sex with Greg Davis? Her response was no. Now, we'll play the benefit of the doubt here for this particular case. She says no, but there are other people that we have spoken with that have told us yes. And for the public, putting the information out at this particular point, it's alleged, so we don't know, as material fact, but we know something is going on here. There is some kind of trail here. Where there is smoke, there's typically fire. And if Larry heard it, if I heard it, if there's other people who are hearing it, then in our opinion, where there's smoke, there's fire. Are we saying that they're sleeping together? We don't know. We can just simply report the information as it relates. Did I take that picture or did you put that picture up there?
I'll put it up.
He put a picture of her and Larry up.
I was like, did I copy that? I don't think I copied it.
No.
Okay.
It's on Google search, by the way.
No.
Now, keep in mind, Bishop Greg Davis was with the Word Network at one time. Okay. All of these ministers are dealing with the Word Network, okay? All of these different ministers. Let me put this picture up again of the common denominator, okay? All of these ministers have a connection with the Word Network at some point, okay? All of them did, all right? So keep that in mind while we're going through this and how these all these men would have connection to him, where motive allegedly would come from, okay? And what her connection is with all of this. But let's go ahead and keep going. We're going to get back to those text messages again. And let me go ahead and press play.
Now, this was a time, too, that, the picture that was shown up there, Andrea posts these pictures because apparently her and Larry were real chummy, and back then, and so forth. So, all right. So this is the text message that Larry sent to Andrea as it relates to whether or not she was having sex with Greg Davis. We don't know. Mr. Davis, you're more than welcome to clear that up. But according to her, you're not talking to her. You're talking to her sister. I don't know how many sisters she has, because the one sister that I do know that somebody had mentioned to us was on a show called Catfish. And she was supposed to be a virgin, and she was supposed to be not that old. But I don't know. So what sister is she referring to? I'm not really sure. So that's that. So that's that text message there. Now, have any comments? Anything you want to say about that?
Yes, yes. In this text message, she claims to have not slept with him, but we have accounts of at least two people who she freely admitted while riding in a car that she slept with him at least 2 times. And that every time they had sex, they went to a hotel and he put flowers in the room, made her feel special, blah, blah, blah.
That's him.
So, denied to Larry, admit to 2 other people. Keep in mind, 90% of what she said, you can't. So,
My.
And these sisters, let me clear up these sisters. These are not biological sisters. These are sisters as in
like girlfriends,
birds of a feather flocking together, those kind of sisters.
Okay.
Sisters that were procured for Mr. Davis on by her and introduced. One of which, both of them ended up being intimate with him, and one of them, according to her, in front of the witnesses that I spoke to, of the statements that I'm about to tell you, she said, well, he slept with 2 of them, and one of them he had to cut off because she got too clingy. So, if you didn't sleep with him, how you know all his bedroom business? And why would you tell somebody else that he put flowers in hotel rooms when y'all went to be something? That's what I say to that part right there. I have other stuff, but I'll wait. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So that's what the text message in regards to that is concerned. I don't want to move on past this part unless you have other things about him that you want to say.
I'm just going along.
Okay.
Take your time, bro.
Put up the next stuff. Who's next?
Okay. This is the key players. We're going to do that one.
Yeah, we'll do that one in a minute.
Okay, so do we want to go?
Let's go to, I believe, yes, let's talk about this guy. If you will notice, Andrea went on a Twitter back and forth, tweeting and putting stuff and sending stuff to Paul Morton because her whole idea was to get him to sit Victor down.
Right.
Keep in mind, all of these ministers are in the same network.
He don't need to be doing anything. So Paul Morton confronted Victor. And I guess they had a situation where he set him down for a while, or, he took a sabbatical or whatever. But then there came a point when, when he restored Victor, and that upset Andrea. Yes. And Paul Morton, he is not the presiding bishop of the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship anymore. He is
keep that in mind.
He is the founder. But this is the individual that she went on this whole social media get Victor campaign. And that's what she did.
I need to use a fancy word. Can I interject something real quick?
Sure.
It was common knowledge, inside joke. It was common knowledge that he was going to be stepping aside. There was a successor. Victor Couzens was in line he was in the number 3 spot. He was either going to leapfrog the number 2 person, which is Bishop Walker, who now has the spot, or he was going to move from 3 to 2. And since Bishop Walker was an older gentleman, eventually, maybe in next couple of years, he was going to step aside. So here you have Victor Couzens, a fairly young man. Either he was going to become the head of Full Gospel as soon as Bishop Morton stepped aside, or he was going to have to wait a few more years and still get it anyway. So Mr. Davis, who coveted that position, but knew he wasn't standing a snowball's chance of hell of getting it, he sticked this one right here on to Victor Couzens to create a scandal to bring him down. Allegedly. Go ahead, bro.
And that needs to be understood because,
it gets deep.
Chessboard moves.
Yeah, this is all, people maneuvering people around and trying to prevent people from moving up the ladder, et cetera, et cetera. Now, and this is alleged information. We don't know per se because we haven't spoken with Davis and we haven't spoken with, anyone else as it relates to this, but this is information that other people have given us and that we have documented. And so This is the information, and this is alleged at this point. Okay, so it's not being presented as a material fact. All right, now
everything is alleged.
Your word against theirs.
But where there's smoke, there's fire.
90% of what they say ain't a lie, so that's what we on.
Yeah, well, I have not experienced her telling me the truth very much at all.
Well, damn, I was giving her the 10.
No, she hadn't told me the truth. What did she tell me the truth about?
She did tell the truth. Her name Andrea Garrison.
Oh, yeah.
That's about it.
We'll go there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But she's moving on a smear campaign, and she just attacked. Now go right on.
All right, hold on. Let me go to the comment section because I see you guys are commenting. So shout out to everybody that's in the comments, everybody that's in the clouds. Make sure that you guys do hit the like button, please. I do appreciate that. All right, so I think I read that part. So you said, eyes, yes, I do. I don't really know her true story because she is a habitual liar, but so are most of the children that were caught in the foster care system. And then you said, we all need God's grace and mercy at some point. Andrea is an agent of chaos, no doubt, but can you imagine the torture she deals with at quiet times due to her lies and deceit? Yeah, but these are webs that she has weaved, unfortunately, and it's kind of difficult for me to feel sorry for her just with all the stuff that she has done. But I get it. Like, I do have a sense of I feel sorry to a certain degree, but the deeper you go into her bullshit, it's really hard to feel sorry for her, right? Because at some point, she need to go get the help for herself. You know what I mean? She is diabolical. When I say diabolical, I mean, it is bad. It gets much worse than the shit that we're talking about today, okay? But this is how far this bitch is willing to go. The sins of a hoe. It's crazy. But yeah, I can imagine, too, what demons she deals with, just based off of her own bullshit, especially what she's doing to her kids, I think that's the part right there. Yes, hashtag it gets deep, honey. Yes. He says she is most definitely reaping what she has sown. Absolutely. Hit the like button, everybody. You said sheesh. Okay. You said, let's be clear. I am not and never will be a fan of Breaking the Culture, Andrea Garrison, because she has doxed me incorrectly. The person she claimed was me was a lie. She lied on Knockout Media and Larry Reed. He said, I know many people who are foster care, not an excuse. I don't feel sorry for Satan and his minions. This is how people are manipulating our people with a good heart. Even your Lord said, depart from me. I have to agree with that. I know a few people that were in the foster care system too, and they don't act anywhere close to what this bitch is doing at all. As a matter of fact, one of the people I know is a millionaire. That person they're a fucking doctor, and they got their money, they got their shit together, and they're doing very well. They live right here in Delaware, right in Heaux, and it's a black person. So yeah, everybody that's been in the foster care system is not, that's not an excuse at all. Especially since she did get out of the foster care system successfully, that should push her to do better and to do more and to want to be there for her children and whatnot. I get it. I think there's some other issues going on. It's been told that her mom was on crack while she was pregnant with her and, had her and stuff, that way. And that she was, tricked off and, all kinds of stuff. Like, there's all kinds of stuff I've heard. So there could be various things that for why she has some chemical issues, going on upstairs too, right? Could be a lot of different things going on. But either way, I'm having a hard time feeling sorry for her just because of the way that she is and the things that she has done. On top of that, she's too old for this. Breaking the Culture is like almost 35 years old. She's like 34, close to 35 at this point. Okay. So at what point does she like grow up and start doing the right thing in life? You know what I mean? She's not 25, 24 anymore. She's not in her 20s, 25, 26. She's 35 years old with two teenage sons. One of them being like 13 and the other one has got to be like 17 by now. Okay. So, it's kind of difficult to have these emotions for her, considering just the lifestyle she's living. I'm having a hard time with that. So, that's just what it is. You said also fly shit, right? Bitch has zero respect for anyone, just a means to her depravity. She messed up coming for the sector. Okay. Get therapy, bitch. Okay, that part. Hashtag get fucking therapy. Hashtag where's Aiden? Hashtag where's Michael? Okay. Hashtag Deceptive. You thought you was gonna come for us, and somebody told you a motherfucking lie, huh? Okay. But let's go ahead and keep going. You said she is diabolical. She is overbearing and rude to her fiance. She is fake submitted to him on. She is fake submitted to him online, but she runs that relationship. Definitely. I do think that he has a little bit more control than people believe, but not as much. I think the financial control is there, but not as much as yeah. She definitely does run over top of him, and she's definitely fucking that other photographer allegedly. We'll get into another photographer in a future video though. You said I feel sorry. You said I feel sorry for the child she was, but not the monster she became. Absolutely. I totally 100% agree with that. You said exactly, Stephanie Collins. In peace, Steph. I appreciate you for being in the building. You said T-Pri is clowning the mess out of her, and she is no doubt shook, and we are enjoying it. Okay. Now, again, I'm not taking any pleasure in doing this. Again, I'm making record of things that I have dealt with her, with things that other people have dealt with her, and the similarities in those things. And it just happens to be so that, you know, we're doing this at a time that she and, you know, some people are going to be dropping some receipts tonight. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure it's going to be everything about me and, you know, what my credit report is and everything and all that other stuff and what she think my credit report is and all these other bullshit. Like, listen, honey, where is your receipts at for all these people, right? That's what we want. We want the Ray receipts still. We still haven't gotten any of that, you know, and we're going to see what's up tonight, for real. You said, and she does not show any remorse about anything. Exactly. That is the thing. She don't apologize about nothing. She don't show no remorse. When she did this whole thing, hold on, guys. Let me take a sip of my water. When she did this whole thing with Ray, right? She tried to turn what happened with me and her on Ray and say like she felt like Ray was the reason why me and her had such a problem. I'm like, what? Girl, listen. You said Stephanie hated Stephanie. You said Stephanie Collins, I agree. She chose to be evil. Facts. 100% facts. I understand. And I do wish that, you know, she can go back to her little girl. You know, she can go back to that little girl and hug that little girl and tell that little girl she loves her. Tell that little girl that, you know, she is free. And tell that little girl that she is safe. Tell that little girl that it's not her fault, right? Tell that little girl that, you know, one day she will meet her dreams and meet her goals. Life is going to hit her, but she's going to be fine. She's going to make it. She needs to tell that little girl that, and then she'll heal, right? She'll heal, but she's got to go back to that little girl and tell that little girl that. Some of us all have had to do that, you know, have been through some real trauma, have been through some real pain. And you got to go back and hug that child, you know, and love that child. And then allow that child to be free, you know. You said, Miss T-Pri, she hit you with the best shots, yet here you are rising, and we stand with you. Bitch has zero accountability. 100% facts. And I appreciate all of you who do stand with me, everybody who's out in the forefront doing it, and everybody behind the scenes as well. Shout out to the Cash Apps that I have been getting, everybody that has been sending me messages, different things. There's a lot of people that have been hitting me up. I've gotten a lot of support with this. So I truly appreciate everybody with that. You know, there's always going to be some troll or somebody talking shit or whatever. But at the end of the day, the majority of the people that have heard this story have stood behind me and stood by me with this. And I truly, truly appreciate all of you for that. And yes, she most definitely does need help. It's unfortunate, you know, but it is what it is. But we're going to go ahead and keep pushing through this because I believe this is very serious information that needs to be known, that needs to be said. Oh, hold on. My cousin texted me, y'all. Let me text her back real quick. That needs to be known. Let me give y'all a quick timer while I do that. And then we'll be right back into the effery, okay? Because this shit is wild, y'all. It is wild. And we got to know what is going on. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and get right into the rest of this stuff, into the rest of this commentary. She most definitely does need assistance, honey. It's crazy. Let's get into this.
Here we go. Because this is not going to be long because it's not necessary. Now, this is the master prophet.
Okay, let me get that. Let me bring up this.
There was a point in time when Andrea was buying prophecies, or she bought a prophecy
Hold on, guys.
from Ebenard Jordan.
Yes.
And I'm gonna show you the text message between Larry and her as it relates to the most trusted name in prophecy.
Ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Girl, she gonna hit me and talk about you
No,
live?
that's not it.
Yes, girl, I'm live.
Okay, here we go.
And don't say nothing
Andrea
in the chat.
Sends a text message to the other prophet about the master prophet.
Better not come in this
The
chat.
master prophet always says he's the most trusted name in prophecy, right? So this is what she sends to Larry. She says, "So."
Oh, hold on. Let me pull those text messages up.
He said, "Oh, you did? One of the free ones?" She said, "Nope, paid. And I'm just curious why mine matches someone else to the T. I was 5 seconds away from posting them, but I know you would kill me." So she gets this prophecy from the master prophet. And the master prophet,
$125, wasn't it?
$125 she paid for this prophecy. And he sent her and another one of her friends the exact same prophecy.
In fact, it was 5 people.
5 people. This is the master prophet now, y'all. Master prophet.
Cinco.
Larry says, "Was it audio or email?" And she says, like word for word, he told me
too.
and someone else the exact
Me
same
too.
thing. It's an audio. I don't know how to send it because it's so damn long. Do you have a Dropbox? And he says, "I do know he do written and audio prophecies to send to the same people. He told me he prays and asked God to give him a word." I guess he meant 4, but he said word fire. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the master prophet who claims that he's the most trusted name in prophecy. And Andrea was already on his tail when she said, he gave me a prophecy that he gave to the same person down the street.
Wait a minute. What you say there, Gerald?
Gerald says he sent me one with a female name on it. See what I'm saying?
Somebody in the comment section said that this pastor sent him one of those prophecies with a woman's name on it. And his name is Greg.
Oh, send me a rebound.
He's in love with the cool. Okay, anyway. He's in love with the cool. Okay.
Marcellus is a funny guy, yo. Shout out to Marcellus.
He's in love with the cool. Because these folks is something else. So he sent her this prophecy. And this
there is something else here.
Miss Garrison was the exact same one, which says a lot about Mr. Jordan's prophecy. Now, speaking of Mr. Jordan, you want to put back up his picture?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Around this time, there's a prophecy conference that's going to go off. And Andrea apparently goes to this prophecy conference. There comes a time when I guess they're talking on the mic, and something goes down to where she raises her hand and
hey, Bernice,
comes down
good morning,
to talk.
Can I
Go ahead.
Appreciate you, sis.
Yeah.
Larry Reed. Oh, the unmentioned one.
Mm-hmm.
Breadbasket blogger was the MC. He was on the mic in a red Adidas jogging suit, kind of MCing and hosting the thing, bringing people out the audience if they want to speak at the mic. So, off to his right, stage left, about midway, she stands up and makes the scene. I'm one of those people. If you've seen the video, because it's on the internet. They bring her down. People thinking she just happened to be in the crowd haphazardly and got led by the Spirit to speak up peace.
You know they're talking about the prophetic college.
No, was that man right there paid that lady over there $2,000.
Allegedly, according
to our sources. That man right there paid her $2 grand to stand up during that panel discussion and cause that scene. Bring her to the mic, and you can hear the women whispering, "Who's this? Da da da." Some of them calling out her name. Blah 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 blah. She puts on this less than stellar performance. Some people applaud, whatever. And but in long story short, some of the people, they took up an offering for her, so she walked away with about $3,500 that day. Mind you,
my.
Orchestrated by the master prophet right there.
Allegedly.
Now, these are all alleged statements, right? I cannot confirm or deny any of this stuff, right? But I'm going to put this branding up again, because where there's smoke, there's fire, okay? And it tends to be, certain ways that happen within the church. I don't think anybody is not aware of that kind of stuff, how, whether there is connections with different positions in the church. The higher the position, the more powerful you are, the more perks you may have, and so forth and so on. Maybe worldly perks, or considered worldly perks. But these are things that are still, that pastors and preachers still go through and that still have, right? They're still men, you know what I mean? They still like women. They like pussy, you know what I mean? And different things like that. And those things could definitely be used against them to try to bring them down or keep them away from certain positioning, or, put them in a better position to have this positioning. Okay. So all of this stuff needs to be remembered when you're talking about all of these people. Okay. And again, like I said, I can't confirm or deny any of this, but if there's a million people saying the same story, there might be some actual truth to this. You understand what I'm saying? Or if there's smoke, there's fire, right? Like, I mean, come on now. Let's pay attention to the details of this, and the details of this story and how this has turned out. And also how Drea behaves with a certain person or with certain people if she is being paid, or if there is some type of motivation behind it, right? So if somebody is like, here's, a couple $100 or a few $1,000 for you, $2,000, I want you to go on a campaign about this person, right? She'll do that with no problem because she's a whore. That's the kind of stuff whores do. You know what I'm saying? She'll do anything. She will sell her soul to do anything to anybody. And, I really believe I'm having a hard time not believing a lot of these details that's in this story. I'm not saying that, it's definitely true, but it definitely puts perspective on why she is gunning for Victor Couzens so hard, right? And still to this day is keeping up that story. I get it that she was hurt and that in her mind, but it's not hard for me to believe that some of these people played on that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Played on those emotions from her, are already aware of her whorish ways within the church, right? Are already passing her and her friends around, right? And that kind of stuff. And just know that they can use hoes like this to come at men in the church. Okay. So let's go ahead and keep going. Let's get into, hold on. Let me get y'all comments real quick. And then we are going to keep going. You said pastors definitely like pussy. Okay. You said, I don't think he's in any line of hierarchy. So they talked about it a little bit earlier where it goes down the line where it's Jordan and then Morton. And then Davis is in the line because he was on the Word Network. And then also, what's his name? Couzens is also in that hierarchy line when it comes to the church. So that's kind of where they were talking about with that. You said, hey, the beautiful Bernice. You said the only spiritual father he has is cold, hard currency. Okay. Ciao. Now let's go ahead and finish out this story, guys. We still got a lot more time. I'm so glad I started early with y'all. I knew it. Something told me, girl, if you start at 9 o'clock, honey, you ain't gonna get nothing done today. So I definitely wanted to start early because we got a lot more to get into, guys. We are only literally 42 minutes into this video. Let's go ahead and do it.
Allegedly $35, $100 hit her pocket. Larry was kind of like, I want some, allegedly. So that's what happened. So go ahead, bro.
Something seems to be off with this entire story. To tell you the truth, this woman comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden it just snowballs after snowballs after snowballs. And then she claims to not know very much about church people. But if anybody who's been around her for any length of time, she always is talking about some preacher. And it just seemed to be a little bit odd. I was even told by someone that spent some time with her that the time that they spent with her, every day she was on the phone with some preacher.
FaceTime.
And, I don't know if that's, that's what I was told. And so it just seems to be a very interesting situation. Very interesting.
You ain't in the church, but you got everybody's number.
How is that even possible?
That made me think too. When they said that, right? Like it made me think of her profession as a person. What she has told us when she came into the sector, she did not come in mouth first with, "Oh, I'm a church going woman. I love the church." She came in mouth first with, "I'm a dominatrix. I'm into the sex industry. I'm into this. I'm into that." That is what she came in with, right? So how is it that you have all these connections to all these pastors and ministers, right? And when you do talk about in relation to church, you're talking about your sexual relationships with ministers and pastors. You're not talking about God and, the church and getting saved and the Holy Ghost and, things that we talk about on Sunday at church. You're talking about your sexual relationships with these men, how they've flown you out here, flown you out there, bought you this, got you that, gave you this, gave you that. You know what I'm saying? But you don't really talk about church or God. You know what I'm saying? So I understand like exactly where he's coming from with that. Like why are you so connected with the church and with these ministers if you're not really, don't even have a real connection with the Lord? You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you don't have any real conversations about anything like that. Like even me, right? I do spirituality, but I also do believe in a higher power. And I often talk about those things, even in connection to spirituality, even in connection to cards and tarot, even in connection to everything. I literally put the higher being into those things, right? You don't talk about those things. You do talk about witchcraft. You talk about witchcraft. You talk about spells and different things like that, but not on a higher level, not on a higher frequency. You talk more on a lower frequency in regards to spells and casting and regards to different things like that. But you never have a conversation about God himself or spirituality. Like that's not coming from you, right? So, yeah. Why are you so connected to these spiritual men? Why are you so connected to these men, that are on assignment from the higher being? Why are you almost what seems to be on assignment against them? Like what's really good? What's really going on with this demon? And I think that is something definitely worth asking. You said, okay, Marcellus. You said things that make you go home, right? You said, nope, I whip men for a living is what she said. She whips men for a living. That is what she said. You said, y'all know what a honey trap is? You said Stephanie Collins. Okay, y'all, let's go ahead and get into these hot topics.
Person. You're not a church person. You got their numbers. You mingling in the circles with them.
But why?
How's that?
Andrea, you told me, you sent me a text this week. You said, you asked me, when did I start telling lies? That's what you said. I want to tell you this. I don't tell lies. And you know that. And you know that.
Well,
this is the information that was presented to me.
That's right.
You're more than welcome to come on here.
Come on. You was here 3 weeks ago before you said I scared you and I was violent. You come on.
I don't lie. I don't need to lie. These people done told us this information. Not just one.
Oh, yes.
Not just 2.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, we're working on number 4. Number 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is information that's out there.
Yeah.
All right. But this is just letting you know about the master prophet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you can take him off.
All right, what you want me to put up there now, sir?
What's left?
We got another, let's see, is this the one? Nope.
No, that's the sex one. That's the prophecy one.
And we just did, this is.
No, we didn't do this one. Now, this is, and I've taken this person's name out of here because I don't want this person's name to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a conversation between a person and
Now,
Andrea.
Perhaps this is where the church sector members will need to explain some of this to me, okay? Because I'm trying to get a full understanding of this right here, okay? So you guys are reading this, you guys can see this, and you guys can hear this. So for those like Not the One, Knockout Media, you guys should be able to explain this a lot more to me if you can. Well, let's go ahead.
And they say to Andrea, I haven't made a live since yesterday. Now, Larry's always talking about he has the most integral platform and he has all of this integrity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this person sends Andrea a message and they say, I haven't made a live since yesterday. The post's been up since yesterday. You commenting today, you of all people should know I stay here in this house after you said Larry said and did some foul shit to you concerning Victor privately. So this person is talking to Andrea about Andrea's conversation with them about Larry doing some foul shit to them in regards to the Victor story. So that's telling you right there, the person is saying that Larry did some foul shit, okay, in their opinion. And how that made you feel. You have said out of your own mouth how Larry don't care about no one, how he will flip on people. He flipped on me publicly. Then he posted me in Patreon. Does this sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen?
Now, that's where I was like, what? Who did Larry post in Patreon? And like flip on this person publicly and then posted about them in Patreon. Who is she? Who is that? Maybe you guys can help us understand over here in this sector because we don't know.
Does this sound familiar? But you expect me to sit back and just take that nonsense from him? I don't think so. And Andrea says to the person's name, I'm about to call you.
Now, I know that sounds familiar to the sector.
You guys could...
I know that sounds familiar to the sector because I remember when Shakim went in and snapped, right? And was ready to go in and he was sending them text messages to Drea and me. And then she was like, I'm about to call you. So that was just a funny one for us. But yeah, I just wanted to get into that and show you guys this. But yeah, let's go ahead and perhaps somebody in the church sector will be able to fill us in on who that was that Larry was talking about, flipped on publicly, and then went in Patreon and posted about it.
Also see that there were other people that were behind the scenes that had done some type of work and had been working with Larry that had issues and problems with the way that he was reporting stories. Now, you can put that picture back up. It's the perfect time. If you look at this picture, ladies and gentlemen, what do all of these men have in common?
They all work for...
No. In this picture, if you look at this picture, including the vlogger, what do all those people have in common?
They all preachers.
No, Andrea.
And her.
No. Andrea is the common denominator in this whole scenario.
Oh yeah.
She's the one common denominator in all these stories.
Look at them.
Okay?
And
so this,
up to the age of 42. Look,
this just gives you an indication. She is the one common denominator in all of that. You can remove it.
Alrighty. Yes.
And I think we're done with the stuff, right?
Right. Yes.
All right. You have the floor, sir.
Back up there, so nobody try to get rich quick off me. Let me get my allegedly. Because I'm about to talk allegedly. Now,
Everybody hit the like button.
Was there anything else you wanted to say before I get to talking?
No, the only thing I can tell you guys is this information has just been presented to us. None of it is a material fact. Not until everything is verified.
People that was there, because we weren't there.
Right. So again, I want to say that too. I was not there. I have not had these conversations with pastors or ministers. But like I said, where there's smoke, there is fire. It absolutely would make sense if this is the case. And like I said, there is multiple ministers and pastors that have spoken with them and that have confirmed this matter after what happened with Victor and the tragedy that happened with that church. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going. Going here.
Notes here. So I'm gonna just go all the way back a little bit. Okay, she said she never slept with him, but later on she admitted she slept with him twice.
Okay, so we got a church sector person. Shout out to I Am Human, one of my favorite mods in here. You said listening to these old clips is very nostalgic. A walk down memory lane. The church sector definitely delivered one of the best drama series ever. Faux show. You said, as for the text message, it sounds like it could be King Jives. Okay, so these messages, guys, and again, that makes sense, okay, because that would mean that this, again, would be proof that Breaking the Culture is actually using, like, sending messages from her that she speaks with other people and sending those to other people, sending that stuff to Daryl, sending it to Let Me See Your Transcript, all of that stuff, okay? And now that they have, they don't believe her story, now she has turned on them and tried to make them like they're the devil and like she's on Larry's side and all this other stuff. And no, they don't fuck with her either. No, nobody fucks with Breaking the Culture over there in that church sector. Now let's go ahead and keep going with this commentary here. You said, hey, to I Am Human. You said, I agree. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So it does make sense that this would be Jives. Okay. That absolutely makes sense that would be Jives, especially with he posted me in Patreon and he flipped on me publicly. All of that makes complete fucking sense now that you've said it. So shout out to I Am Human for putting that puzzle piece together for us here in this sector. Let's go ahead and keep it moving. You said, I think you should change it back to denominator. Okay, I'll do that for y'all. Let me go ahead and grab that, but we're going to go ahead and play this.
While in a car, two of her friends allegedly also slept with him. One was too clingy and Bishop Davis cut her off. When she found out that Victor Couzens was going to go ahead and marry somebody else, she put it out that she bought the ring that the lady now has on her finger. The ring was both allegedly.
And she told me that personally.
Mm-hmm.
So that ain't no alleged. She did tell me that.
Oh, yeah. You understand that because I wasn't there.
So she says that she bought the ring that the woman's wearing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when Greg Davis heard the news about these pending nuptials, he made her promise she wouldn't cause a scene. But we all know now that she did. William McCrae was the first person that was supposed to cover the story. But Mr. McCrae saw there were holes in her claims, and he didn't fool with her. So that's how she ended up with the man who we not named.
We'll get into William McCrae in a future video.
Her role, allegedly, she supplied information on Bishop Couzens back to Mr. Davis. Information that he would try to create a scandal and discredit this man so that he could ascend to the positions that Mr. Couzens was currently holding or was about to hold.
And based on and I'm gonna cut you off there just for a second.
Go ahead.
Speaking with Mr. Couzens told us that the moment that this story broke, Greg Davis, who was a friend of his, went MIA. He didn't return no more of his text messages, no more of his calls, nothing. He said he considered him to be a friend, and all of a sudden, he never would call him, respond to him, anything. So
he gave Bishop Davis money.
Yeah. Yeah, and he even bought chairs for. He was doing a live taping at the Word Network, and Victor Couzens went out and bought some chairs for the set
and drove them up there.
Drove them up there, delivered them to him, and didn't hear anything more from the man he was supposed to be his friend. And that came from Victor Couzens when I asked him and talked to him myself.
My.
Some of the negative things that Ms. Garrison put out there about Bishop Couzens to try to discredit him. She said eventually a story would break about him and some alleged child molestation. That has never happened.
Y'all hear this shit?
She would FaceTime with, like Marcella said, with other preachers when she was out of town. She was out of town staying away and hiding because she claimed that Victor Couzens either himself or had someone come to her apartment in the Bronx and knock out all of her windows in her apartment, and she feared for her safety, so she had to leave town.
Now, guys,
but
we are going to get into that story in a future video. Remember some of these portions of this video, okay? Because we are going to get into the details of that in a future video. Let's go ahead and keep going.
It was reported to me that she was involved with a
He's
young
gonna give you a little bit right now.
He was in the street light, and little young fella, the second oldest child, was having a birthday party, and she used some money that this man gave her to put a deposit down on a facility for a party, and it was counterfeit money. And the people called her because they realized it was counterfeit money, and the law got involved. So she takes off running back to the apartment, goes in the closet, sees 2 bags full of counterfeit money, and helped herself to some of it, allegedly. So she got on the run, and I'm just surmising from all of that circumstantial information that she took this man's money. He got heated, and he went and bust her windows out. I don't know because I wasn't there, but I find it odd that you would disappear for 2 weeks and with small children, and you go out of state, and you conveniently drop your kids off with their father so that you can hide out for a little while till things blow over. But then you conveniently blame Victor Couzens or somebody that is friends with him or works for him for busting out all the windows in your apartment. Then on top of that, you leave your apartment open like that for 2 weeks. No windows, and your personal possessions are in the apartment. Okay, I believe that. I was born at night, not last night. So,
word. Now we'll get into all of that. We'll get into the details of all of this stuff, the guy's name, everything. I'm going to get into all of that stuff in a future video. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep going.
Bishop Davis, you either he see somebody he like, he send you go over there, a young lady say, hey, Bishop Davis thinks you're pretty, and if they with it, it is what it is. But a couple of these people that I've spoken to said that you tried that with her and her friend, and they shut that foolishness down because he thought he was going to score him a little game, and so he was going to get a hotel room and have a party with all of y'all. But it didn't work out that way because they wasn't with that foolishness. So that's where that ended. And also, the lady that had a child.
Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Give y'all a 30-second timer real quick. We're going to do another quick time. It ain't going to be that one, though. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, my bad, y'all. Okay, let's go ahead and finish going.
Jamal Bryant, the masseuse that I told you I used to be acting with, she's also previously been involved with Bishop Davis, and we know his MO is to set them young things out on these preachers so he can get some dirt. So you at a church convention and you're up in a hotel room giving massages in hotel rooms. You're not down in the convention area with the little chair where a guy that's a woman that puts their face in the chair and you massage them there with their clothes on. Now you got a table laid out and they just naked as a jaybird and you give them massages at church events. Okay. So
you heard that shit?
That's a stable. That's Greg Davis, 2 members of Greg Davis stable, allegedly.
My.
And let me see.
My.
You fell out with Larry, but then all of a sudden you're team Larry again. My guess is he found out about your dealings with Bishop Davis, allegedly, and he found out about this child that we discovered that you weren't claiming, and he was using that against you to make you play ball on his side with the stuff that you've been trying to do with me. That's my guess. So we're going to see in the coming days whether Larry continues fooling with you now that the cat's out of the bag.
Wait a minute. Can you stop for a second? Christina Park says, she said Victor got someone to drug her and beat her up. So that was a lie too? So when did they drug her and beat her up?
I ain't heard that one. That's a no.
Yeah, me neither. This is ridiculous. This is the kind of stuff I be saying. Well, Christine, where you hear this at? Was this on the other vloggers platform? Where you hear this? Jesus Christ, this woman is something else.
Naked massages at the church conventions.
Wow.
And
they got women set up upstairs giving up massages at the church conventions, honey. Yes. These bitches this bitch, her and her sisters. Okay, yeah.
And here's the funny thing.
Child.
That's why when they were making up this story about Daryl being a murderer wanting to put 2 bullets in somebody's chest, I found it to be really interesting when they consulted another vlogger.
Okay,
and
who's zooming who? Take another look.
Andrea
Okay.
has a good aura around her, and she don't mean you any harm. And I thought to myself, what?
If you got a good aura, how is it that you got a copy of your ex's new wife's driver's license and you passing it around? Because didn't we end up getting a copy of that lady?
Oh yeah, I have a copy of it.
From Andrea Garrison. Now why would you share a copy of somebody's driver's license with other people? And the main question is, why do you even have a copy of that person's driver's license?
Right. That's the better question, right? I think we talked about that.
We know you've got outstanding.
I think we talked about that on the last video, that she has a copy of Victor Couzens' wife's driver's license. And she passed that around to, like, let me see your transcript. Marcellus, all of them gave all of this stuff along with these text messages, from her friends over to these people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the kind of stuff she does. This is the type of bullshit this bitch be doing.
Warrants for writing bad checks and stuff like that, and fraud and forgery.
Oh yeah, we'll get into that in another video.
That's not her.
Oh, that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
that is most definitely her. Okay, and I want to tell you guys about. Talk about in particular the Vegas cases, right? Where there's a case in Vegas against her for, I forgot what it is. I think it's bad checks or something. Antonio would remember, but we talked about it in an earlier video. But we're going to prove that that's her. Okay, so we'll do that in a future video.
Okay, I guess Hamilton County just made up a whole bunch of charges against you just for the hell of it, huh?
Well, I do know Victor Couzens told us flat out, in the entire
That's the
time
Ohio
he's been
charges.
dealing with this situation with Andrea, she has not showed up to court not one time.
She can't.
Not once.
Because she has outstanding warrants.
We're going to check again today whether or not there is a
out of-
case against me in Delaware yet. Okay, we're going to see. All right. Because we already, established that if a process server is looking for me, that means there's a case. Okay, we've already established that. We've already went to look and see whether or not she's actually filed a case, and she didn't. We're going to look again today before we get up out of here.
His own mouth. She cannot step foot in the state of Ohio because she has outstanding warrants. That's what Victor Couzens told me on the phone himself.
And the guy that she claims blackmailing her, that she said was Victor's friend, that was not his friend. That was her friend, who was her photographer, who helped her get her modeling career started by taking photos for her.
Mm-hmm.
He's in his early 30s, just like her. He's in his late 40s. He's almost my age. Somebody that young is not going to be a friend of somebody our age. if we have any deal, he said the only way I even know this guy is through her.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole thing, he's never been charged.
Shout out to Troy, the photographer.
There's no record anywhere of him ever.
But there's another photographer.
Yeah, he's got no. Here's the thing. He has no charge.
None. Zero. Never have been charged. Never will be because he didn't commit a crime.
The only thing that right now he's being, the state of Ohio is going up against him for terroristic threats or cyber bullying or something. He said.
Let's take a quick break. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some things. Before we go any further, I want to kind of show you guys if in the event that she has, in fact, actually filed anything as of yet. Even though the other day she was on this live with Binary with this whole thing, like, oh my God, I most definitely have filed a case against T-Pre and I cannot be on the same live stream with her, even though she was on the same live stream with me on Shock Him Show, you know. But yeah, so let's go ahead and see whether she has filed this case yet or not. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look, and let me make sure everybody can see the screen. All right, shout out to the loungers for looking at this. We are going to go ahead and click on for the Delaware Courts Access Court Connect. Okay, let's go ahead and share this tab now. And we're looking at Delaware Courts Judicial Branch, okay? We're going to go ahead and search by name. We're going to type in her first name and her last name, since it is her that is allegedly looking for me, correct? Now, we're going to look again, and we're going to click Submit. So we see we have Andrea Garrison in there. Let's click Submit. No records found. Drea, you still haven't filed. You still haven't taken that $50 that Anti-Afro has taken and given you to file against me and to have me processed, right? Like, we got to get processed. Like, none of that has happened yet, okay? Yet. You haven't even filed the case. You got to file the case. Do you need me to send you $50 to file? Like, is that what you're going to need? For me to send that to you, I can Cash App you, whatever you need to file. But, you know, let us know, because so far, while you are out here with all these dramatical shit, you haven't done a motherfucking thing. We're going to rest on that for now. Let's go ahead and keep it moving with the show.
Being charged with telephone harassment, which is something that she has 2 open charges for.
Right. So that just lets you know what we're dealing with as far as that's concerned.
Don't call me no more. You call somebody blowing their phone, hey, stop messing with me, leave me alone. That's, yeah, and if you don't like me calling you, then you can go and try to file a bogus complaint.
Yes, let's get into these comments real quick, because I appreciate all of you who are in the building, and I'm going to go back and check everything that everybody's saying. You said, LOL, Carla, I just reposted some content. I think people fail to realize some of us can think for ourselves. Exactly. And we'll be going into that as well. Make sure I go over there to take a look at that. She has, hey, Knockout Media, I appreciate you being in the building. She has pictures laying with that photographer. Is that right? Is that right? Wow. That is fucking golden. Oh, you know what? That one, I do have those pictures. Okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking. I thought you were talking about the black one, but I know what you're talking about. Okay, we'll get into that in a future video. I got you. I got all of that shit, okay? That's how big this much don't know how fucking deep I go, man. Like, I'm telling you. You said she tried to say they're Photoshop. What? Stop it. Oh, child. This next show gonna have to be hot, okay? I'm just saying, I might save this one towards closer to the end, but listen, honey, I got some shit on this bitch when it comes to that shit, okay? Yes. You said, I've got a legal theory as to why the case with Couzens ended like it did, okay? You said, spoiler, it's not what Bridge and Tunnel says. Most definitely, I'm sure, but you let us know what that is. You said, this is damning evidence because she claims she has the right to look me up when the evidence shows she has been doing this for years, honey. Yes, she has been digging in people's shit, getting information, setting them up, bringing photographers around them and setting them up, contacting and getting pictures of their family members, pictures of their kids. The photographer is secretly taking video of the family, taking video of her and him together. She been setting this man up for years. That same photographer that she tried to use with me and with Shakim. But it's funny how she never let Shakim get into any of those pictures. Like, she didn't want Shakim. She was so adamant about him not ever coming to her house, not being there, you know. And the reasoning that she gave me made sense, right? It really did. You know, he's a man. She didn't want to bring him to where she lives at, you know, and then, you know, next thing you know, it's an issue. I can understand that, right? That's the reason I didn't want to bring my vehicle to her house. That's the reason I didn't, you know, there's precautions that you can take where you can kind of keep your information private, you know what I mean? And you can be there, but you don't have to have all your stuff there, right? And I understood that. But now in hindsight, I understand why she didn't want Shakim involved in those pictures and involved in any of that stuff, because she didn't want Shakim to come for her. She was scared of Shakim. She's still scared of Shakim. She thought she didn't know I would go this far and I would actually really dig in her motherfucking ass and really get this information and put this stuff out here. You know what I'm saying? And do it so eloquently like I am, right? She didn't think that was actually going to happen. She thought I was just going to go and cower away and cry in the corner and leave the sector. And she would just take my place, I guess, in the sector. I don't really know, you know what I mean? But in her mind, and people like her in Stargate, they really think that kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, they, you know, have this, I don't know. I don't understand what they're thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're really in competition with people, you know, in this space. And it's not that deep. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's what she really thought. You know, and then doing that for AAS, you know, and for her sake, you know, she gets accolades from them on that, but it keeps blowing up in their face. Every time she keep fucking with me, that shit keep blowing up in their goddamn face. Like, I don't know how many times y'all when y'all gonna get it. You know what I mean? And shout out to Rev G. I appreciate the prayer and all that stuff. You know, I do appreciate that. I thank you for that. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, at some point, you know, I think that they eventually will see things that way too. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't help but see things like that with her, because the way that she is, right? It's just, she's been doing this kind of shit for years to people, setting up ministers, pastors, doing all kinds of fucking shit at the fucking church conventions, doing massages with her sisters and whatnot. Like, girl, you is a trifling fucking vixen ass fucking hoe. Real nigga shit. Trifling ass bitch. She is the definition of trifling. You said she's been lying for years. Exactly. You said, what does process even mean? That's not even a thing. Exactly. Like, she was like, I'm having her processed. What the fuck does that mean? Like, bitch, you not the police. Like, you processing me. What the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean, bitch? Like, stop with the fucking cap. Cut the fucking cap. You haven't said a goddamn thing because you don't have a fucking case against me. Because guess what, honey? This shit is facts. These things we're talking about are factual about you. Okay? Everything that is being said is stuff that could be verified. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the stuff I can't verify, I'm not talking about. But the stuff I can verify, honey, is out there. That's just what it is. But clearly, this is the games that she want to play. You said she acts like people are stalking her. Oh, we're going to get into all of that stuff. We're going to get into all of the stalking allegations and how much of a history of that she has as well. Yes, she has a long, extended history of the very same words that she speaks in our sector about people. Okay, so you guys are going to see and hear a lot of this stuff. Mm-hmm. He said, but she out here posting and sharing people personal information. Let it make sense, okay? Make that shit make motherfucking sense out here. You said, hey to Eyes. You said, hey to Carla. You said they're on a payroll, going to F around and find out. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. You said peace to Bernice. You said don't forget she did that to you with pictures that you never got. Exactly. Exactly. With the same photographer, right? The same photographer. You said that prayer was the most pharisaical thing I've ever seen in the sector yet. Child. Child, child, child. All right, y'all. So listen, let's go ahead and keep it moving here.
I'm being harassed on the phone. That's it. That's what happened. And he's in court for that. That's it. And once he beats that, because she can't show up to court. And when you're accused of something, you have a right as an accused to have your accuser be cross-examined by your lawyer. You can't do that if you can't show up to court, because when she show up, they're putting the bracelets on her because she has 5 outstanding warrants. So this case will be. But she accomplished what she wanted, which was to bring this man down, ruin his church, ruin his name and reputation. But she forgot her assignment was just to bring this man down, and she ended up catching feelings. And then she went from just doing her job. Which was
child, you gotta go back. You missed a lot.
And then she took it personal.
Well, and I'm going to take a step further and say this. Let's assume, and this is just an assumption, this is an opinion. Let's formulate an opinion here. Let's assume that she and Victor met with Greg Davis not in this equation, okay, in the beginning. And this is an assumption, of course, because it's all, opinion. And so they developed a relationship, but then at some particular point, she meets this Greg Davis person, and he finds out about the relationship that Andrea is having with Victor Couzens. And because she can no longer get in touch with Victor Couzens, all she's doing is sending a bunch of texts, calling, a whole bunch of stuff. And now she has leverage against Victor Couzens in order to get him to play ball with her, right?
Supposedly.
Because I've been thinking about all different kinds of scenarios. As a man, if you are trying to move along with your life and you don't really want to be bothered with the person anymore, what would you continually do? You would probably string the person along, right? Yeah, I love you, baby. Yes, I love you, da-da-da. We'll meet up sooner or later, blah, blah, blah. But you have no intention of being bothered with this person. Now, if anybody in this chat has ever seen the movie Fatal Attraction, as far as I'm concerned, and in my opinion, Andrea is the lady who is boiling a rabbit in a pot. She is determined. She has been determined to take Victor down at all costs. That has been her modus operandi as far as I'm concerned. Because my thing is this: if you're saying that a couple of months before, you and Victor was still cool and y'all was still talking and all of this stuff, but then he turns around and marries somebody else. Obviously, him and this other person had some type of relationship. Obviously, this person and him had some type of relationship. So maybe he is seeing multiple people at the same time. It's a possibility. But based on my conversation with him, he had no intention whatsoever of being with Andrea Garrison, period. And until she can show me a text message, until she can show me an email that was sent to her, because what you guys will notice is everything Andrea posts on the internet is typically about,
everybody listen,
Victor's relationship with somebody else. The video where she showed when he was falling down drunk, he wasn't in the room with her when he was drunk.
Man, you got another baby while they supposed to be hot and heavy.
Right. So I'm going there. So the $600 check that she showed paying somebody's tuition, that wasn't her tuition.
She ain't school.
Then she showed another screenshot of Victor purchasing a car or giving somebody some money for a car or something to that effect, but it wasn't her. So everything she has done is she has done these things to show him in a different light. We all knew he was a preacher who was dating women, and had multiple women. We knew that. He was single too, by the way.
He was into S&M, BDSM, same stuff she was into. Well,
according to her, but that's stuff she said. But this is a woman who claims that she has been taken advantage of, who is putting stuff in Patreon for foot fetishes and all this other kind of stuff.
Yep.
but she's wanting someone to look at her like a victim, and for some odd reason, it just makes it very, very difficult for people to get that assertion when you're behaving in the manner that you're behaving in. Please hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Yes, hit the like
button,
yeah.
Please, if you can. And BB, I gave those other vloggers their credit on a different video, and I talked about the fact that I had told them that I had found out some stuff about her, and I would be working on some stuff, and I would be getting back to them. So there wasn't any, I gave them credit. Now that I did do. I definitely did that. Go ahead.
That has not been confirmed, April. Just we've spoken to people that were involved with Andrea.
Right.
We're protecting their identity because, quite frankly, they are in ministry and things of that nature, and they can't have their name soiled with the likes of her.
Right. Because there's names that I've been told that I've also been asked not to repeat, and I won't, because these are very powerful people. They have they know some things. They have leaked some information, have talked about some things, but they do not wish to have their name dragged through the mud or be talking about this online, or anything like that, because, of who they are, right? But I'm telling you guys, she has some very deep connections to the church, and connections that she shouldn't have, right? Connections that don't make sense for somebody who's not into church, literally. Somebody who's a hoe, is the reason why she has these connections. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep it moving.
And I'm gonna take my notes and move my.
But they have a lot to say about her.
You claim that you're this big time victim. When he met you, you was pregnant by another man. Then you had a baby. Y'all had an off again, on again sexual affair. He freely stated, because you tried to put a baby on him at one point, saying that you was pregnant with his baby and you lost it. That's another lie, because 16 years ago, he had a vasectomy.
And he did tell us this information himself.
Right. This is not alleged. He told us out his own mouth. He said, not that I have to put my business out there, but there's no way she could ever have been pregnant by me because I had a vasectomy. And two, every time that we had sex, I was wrapped up. So I was protected on two different levels. So you have a history of lying. So everything that you put out there, you claim that you got a settlement from him. He said it out his own mouth to the two of us. I've never given her any money, and I never will. So that's why Larry Reed got mad with you, because you had evidently promised him some money, and we know how much he loves his money. So he was mad because he was expecting a big payday, a big chunk of your payout that you told him you probably had. And that's why he got on you. That's another thing he probably was holding on your head, blackmail. You said you got some money. He found out you didn't. Then he found out about your child that you wasn't acknowledging. And then he found out about your Greg Davis connection. So he used all of that to make you be Team Larry so that y'all could come after me and say I'm violent and crazy and all this other stuff.
Because that came out of nowhere.
And within a 3-week span, 3 weeks ago, you was over here laughing it up, having a good time with me. But in the last 3 weeks, I've all of a sudden you become afraid of me and that I'm violent.
She actually sent me a text message and said that you were stalking her.
You hear that, guys?
Were you stalking her?
Do you guys hear this?
I didn't text her. She texted me. So who's doing the stalking? I never contacted you. You contacted me, and I got the message right here on my phone.
Now, Eyes is stalking her, right? Eyes is allegedly stalking her. But yet she is the one that knows Eyes' information, Eyes' family's information, and all this other shit that she claims that she looked up and that she was able to look up on her own and that she had the right to look up, right? You guys remember Breaking the Culture's ass saying that shit. Now she's saying the same thing, or before, and it clearly shows she has a history of turning on people for the sake of other people, for the sake of money, for the sake of bribery, allegedly, right? Just just to come to this conclusion. Oh, they're stalking me. They're doing this and they're doing that. They're crazy. They're scary. Oh, somebody protect me. I'm going through this. I'm going through that. This is a history of this bitch. Okay? Sector. Yeah, let's go ahead and keep going.
But if you're afraid of someone, you don't contact them. You stay away from them. You avoid them. You contacted me. And then you even told other people that you were going to sue me. Okay, you sue me. You got to do it in Ohio.
See, so remember me, I'm being allegedly processed, right? And sued because I'm putting out the information that he did. I'm actually talking about the same stuff, about the children, you know, that she's not raising, about all the sexual affairs that she has had with multiple ministers and how they all kind of connect to Victor Couzens and their attempt to take him down, allegedly, and how they use this Vixen to do it, allegedly. All of this, everybody's being sued and everybody's going to court with her. Listen to the connections of how the common denominator between everybody in all these multiple spaces is this Vixen right here.
Down here, and as soon as you walk your little happy tail in a courtroom or any public building in the state of Ohio, they're going to arrest you on sight, because as soon as you show up trying to serve me with anything, I'm like, well, she got outstanding warrants. Click, click.
Can y'all hit the like button?
You're going straight to jail. You're going straight to jail. And if you're talking about suing me or anybody else, you have to sue us in the state that we live in. We don't live where you live. So we will never see the inside of a courtroom in New York. You got to sue us where we live, because the crimes that you're accusing us of doing allegedly.
What's up, L7 be more square?
So you have to go
Facts,
to the states that we live. I live in Ohio, and whoever else you may sue, you got to go to the state where they live. You got to sue them there. And then when you show up in those court rooms in those jurisdictions, and they run your name because you got to show ID and fill out form, and they run a check on you, they're going to find out about your warrants, because if you come to Ohio, I'm definitely going to tell them.
And Delaware will extradite your ass if you stupid enough to walk up in these courts, honey, with motherfucking warrants out for your arrest. Honey, if you dumb enough to do that shit out here in Delaware, they will extradite your ass to wherever the fuck that is, okay? They will hold you here in Baylor Correctional Center, which is the females' prison out here in Newcastle County. They will hold your dumbass in there and then extradite your dumbass to Ohio. Yes, they will. They are petty like that in Delaware. They have done it to people I know, okay? I knew a person that went into the courts for some stupid shit, okay? And actually got held and sent back to PA, okay? They were held and then sent back to Pennsylvania, okay? So that they can face their charges there. Delaware will do that to you. So welcome to my motherfucking house, bitch, okay? Let's go ahead and keep it moving.
I'm going to have it in my hand. When
that's why your ass ain't go up in them courts yet.
Bring this bogus lawsuit. They got 5 outstanding warrants in Hamilton County,
Ohio.
And to be honest with you,
honey, that white privilege will not work with these police out here, okay? They're going to look at your black ass and they're going to use the black side to send your ass to Baylor, okay? And then after you in Baylor, they're going to send your ass to Ohio, honey. Yes, they will. They petty out this motherfucker.
For people who are going to come behind us and have
come on down here, baby. Come on down here.
We want you to know what our experience has been.
They got plenty of time and plenty of space for you, okay?
And most of the things that she says is just
shit.
So outlandish.
She can try that shit if she wants to.
And she never provides proof. And all of this started because I asked Andrea to prove to me that Larry Reed and King Giles
Delaware find any way to make money, honey.
To create this whole beef that she claimed that she had information and proof on.
They would love a bitch like her. I'm telling y'all, Delaware would love a bitch like her. They would fucking be like, what? They would have a field day. Delaware literally finds you for every fucking thing, y'all. I'm talking about major fines, right? So they try to find ways to get money off of anything, and they would make all type of money off of her, because not only do they get to keep her here, they get the extradition shit. They get like, what? Y'all understand? Oh my God. Like, girl, come on down here. Come on down here and file you a lawsuit, okay?
I said that to her. She got ghost on me, and then
come on down here.
She started between me and you.
Right, and then she started trying to, work her magic on Daryl and work her magic on let me see your transcripts, and then I didn't really care because I had long got from underneath the spell, and Daryl had too, but but at the same time she's claiming that she is being stalked. She was trying to set Daryl up. She called you on the phone. Remember? So she called you on the phone while claiming you trying to stalk her. She called you. So I mean, this whole scenario and this whole thing that she's trying.
I can't
to
be
set
smoking
up
and looking at this chat, man. Y'all be having me cracking the fuck up.
She sent me the other day where she's claiming, that we're slandering her. First of all, no one is slandering you. We're simply putting out information that we have received. Nobody said it was a material fact, but let me just tell you, this information is alleged. This is the information that we have seen, that we have talked to people who have had relationships with you and have had encounters with you, and this is what they are reporting. You have more than the right to come on and state your case, state your claim, but at this particular point in time, emphatically, I will have nothing more to do with you. I advise that any person who comes by this video and watches it have nothing to do with you.
I wish I seen this shit a year ago, man.
You cannot be trusted.
How come none of y'all sent me this shit a year ago, man?
And you cannot, the things that are coming out of your mouth.
Y'all were just saying, don't fuck with her. Don't fuck with her. She crazy. She deranged. I'm like, okay, well, y'all got to send me some evidence. If y'all sent me this shit, y'all, come on now. I would have definitely ran for the motherfucking hills. I would not have fucked with that hoe at all, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I wouldn't have let Shaquem meet her or none of that shit. Damn it, I can't blame y'all though.
It's not true.
Let me.
I definitely would not have fucked with her if I knew.
While you talking now, let me.
I think let me see a transcript has something she wants to say. Can you send her a link?
I sure can.
Now notice how. Let me see your transcript here in our sector. I'm just turning this down a little bit.
Let me see your transcript.
Notice how, like, in our sector, let me see your transcript is for breaking the culture. She came in the sector just acting like she was the arch enemy. Like, she was really wrong in everything she's done. And she is so horrible. And like I said, we're going to go over that video I did with all the ladies on the panel, okay, including her. And, we're going to go over that in a future video. But it's just amazing how she expected all of us to just immediately turn against, let me see your transcript, over whatever evidence and receipts she was trying to present to us, which, by the way, she never presented any receipts. She was just talking about, right? And we never got any of those receipts. We never got anything. But to me, I just find it really crazy that she tried to paint this terrible picture of let me see your transcript. And these are the reasons why. It's because let me see your transcript knew. And I want you guys to hear everything that let me see your transcript says in this video. She is coming on the panel. She's going to be talking about what happened. And you guys will hear exactly what went on between her and Drea. Okay. And this, for the first time, is kind of vindicating her to the sector because none of us really knew any of this stuff. Right. We kind of knew surface things. There was a lot of stuff that, let me see a transcript, literally just doesn't get herself involved with. She's not trying to answer and, get all into this because she's tired. You understand? And I can imagine how tiring it is. Because when I'm done with this series, I don't wish to talk about this bitch ever again. She can say whatever she wants to say. Because I'm going to keep the evidence and the proof up of everything that it is. You understand? I'm not making anything private. I'm going to leave everything like it is. And it'll just be a series. And it's unfortunate because, this is the way that she will try to paint you. She will try to go on a smear campaign against you, and you have to prove her as a liar. So this is obviously something that people have done over an extended period of time. And I want you guys to hear what really happened with Let Me to Your Transcript and why Breaking the Culture is over here in our sector acting like she's the arch enemy, why she tried to turn everybody in the sector against this woman. And it turns out Breaking is the problem. Now let's go ahead and listen.
And we don't have to see your armpits.
I'm gonna send
Shout out to Let Me See Your Transcript.
I'm sending to her Gmail, so she can click in.
And she's getting vindication all the way across the board for AAS and for this bitch.
About to read. I got a feeling because it's what I'm about to look up actually, and so I'm gonna bring her in and we're gonna do that.
She started talking to me about legal documents. I'm like, girl, I don't have no legal documents. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody got legal documents.
I'm gonna read. Oh my God, I forgot. Let me.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, my bad, y'all. All right, let's go ahead and keep going.
Come on in the room. Hold on, I'm getting it.
He's dropping a link for Let Me See Your Transcript and bringing it up.
All these kids of mine upstairs. I'm gonna just throw all of them out. Oh, excuse me, I got 2 grown men and a teenage boy upstairs raiding my refrigerator.
He sent it to your Gmail.
I know the feeling,
let me
brother.
see transcript.
Yeah.
So look in your Gmail.
Using up all the milk.
Link. Type in your name, and then it'll bring you, and then he'll bring you on.
Okay, just in case she don't get on, I sent it to your Gmail. But what I'll do is I'll copy it here.
And to be honest with you, if anybody wants to come on tonight, you're more than welcome to talk. If you have any things that she told you, you're more than welcome to say it as well.
You click on that link. Let me see your transcript. But we got in touch with the. I'm gonna wait, but we got in touch with grandmother of her oldest, and there she is. Okay. Hey.
Hey.
Oh Lord, we're looking at the ceiling.
Yeah,
I'm looking at you're looking at the ceiling.
Go ahead.
About to share. Were you about to share the
I was just gonna share things from my point of view of where I come into the timeline.
Okay.
And the reason why I got kind of like involved in this, I actually believed Andrea when she I saw her, I heard the interview on I call him LR, Breadbasket show, and then when she went to King Jive, she was talking about a bill. And so but I heard, I saw the whole video about who the Vixen was, and I kind of felt like, oh, he's victim shaming her because of money, allegedly, from a lawsuit, allegedly. And then they fell out, and then at the same time, the King had fell out with Breadbasket Blogger.
Okay, so
and at first I was like, okay.
I think you guys know who Breadbasket Blogger is. Breadbasket Blogger is Larry Reed for them. All of them have names for each other, right? Like CTV calls Daryl Fupa, and then, they all have these names for each other, I guess for the sake of just legalities too, to kind of not be saying each other's names, right? So that is who the Breadbasket Blogger is. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep going. And again, these are not the statements or the thoughts of Miss T. Pre, Black Lounge Divine, Black Lounge Entertainment, Black Lounge Productions, or Tanisha Price. Let's go ahead and keep moving.
Are they teaming up because they both don't like the Breadbasket Blogger anymore, and he's treated them bad? Because, I think he's a liar too, allegedly. And so, but there are still people in the comments on on the King's show who were saying really nasty and mean things from what they learned from the breadbasket blogger. And one of those individuals was the King's sister. And after a while, we both were mods, but I just noticed there was a lot of antagonism from the King's sister. And finally, I got to a point where I called the King and his sister and another mod out for their behavior that I thought was unchristian-like, and I think I said uncouth and ill-mannered. Lo and behold, later on, I found out that the King's sister was correct. However, I do think it's because part of the expression, game recognized game. And the King's sister had a central story of her own 3 years ago.
So again, let me just give you guys names. So the King is King Jives. The King's sister is Miss Miko. Okay, so that everybody for our sector understands the names and who they're talking about.
A prophetess. And so now no one is talking about their story anymore. They're talking about Andrea and Victor Couzens. And so now that has become the central story on her brother's platform. Right. And so that leaves her out. And so that's what I think the animosity was from. Now, whether or not you believed Andrea or not, if you didn't like her, there is a way you go about doing things. And I just thought it was like, you're looking like an angry woman against another woman who's a victim, and you both were victimized and bamboozled by preachers. I do think Andrea allegedly is scammy and being like Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. At first I thought, oh, he manipulated her. He did these promises things, but then knowing more information now, it's like, okay, this is just a single man, even though he's a minister, he should have known better. Dating around, dated this girl. She was crazy, left her alone, and she, was on her allegedly assignment, caught feelings, and got mad when he moved on, and didn't make her first lady.
And she's not even first lady material.
She's not, first lady material.
Oh my God!
Because you don't need a first lady cursing out people and smoking marijuana in the choir room or nothing like that. So, so when I went out, I was also a mod for Daryl, and so now, and when we all eventually, me, you, Marcellus, and Daryl and Roxanne, we were all trying to help with your platform. We were all like, okay, Larry's lying, Kate, the King is lying, the King's sister is being mean and lying, and she could not take us criticizing the King or her about their actions. And so it kind of made it look like, oh, we were jumping platforms with her, so now we're like the enemy or whatever. So I thought like we were all compadres or comrades, but it seemed like when you, Daryl, suited her purpose, because now she got a chance to talk about the bill, and I helped with doing some of the research, and I was like, I was really thinking like, oh, she's a victim, and y'all just really taking things out of control. But I call Matt Church disease. I call Marcellus the god of prophecy, because he saw things that I was not seeing. Because I'm more or less like, I'm a typical Libra. I want everyone to be happy. I want us to get along. I want us, to hug it out. Let's do, And so he said something's wrong with her story, because when Daryl was sending out his information about her bill, about her case, it was getting into the newspapers. So lo and behold, it gets into I think it was a Cincinnati Enquirer. Cincinnati Enquirer, and now she's like showing people the magazine or the newspaper.
Can you pause for just a moment? Stop just a moment.
Okay.
Let's talk about this story that made the front page of the newspaper.
I'm going to go ahead and present my
The
screen.
story that actually made the front page of the newspaper has to do with the fact that the church is in foreclosure, that the church was embattled with their pastor, and it had more or less to do with the bank's statements and what was going on as it relates to the church than it had to do with her per se. She was just the beginning, I guess you can say, of the cog in the wheel, But that case that made it to the front page of the newspaper had nothing to do with Andrea. Nothing.
But one of the I think it was a series of articles, but one of them did say pastor being charged with stalking model.
Right.
Mhm.
Well,
but like I understand, it goes a little bit deeper into that. But it was like once she got that coverage, it's like she went farther back, and we were out in the front, even though we were getting attacked by and doxxed by the king's sister. But it was like she was not in the planning of what we were doing, but she kept saying things about the king and his sister. And all of a sudden, we got thrown for a loop when she wants to make a apologize to the breadbasket. Because I was like, didn't he put your tape in his Patreon? I even asked. I said, you're apologizing to him because you were in what we call him, PLT's Patreon using incognito name and email address, which he probably knew you were in there because he had a relationship with the king, and he puts out this little piece of breadcrumb that the king was lying on him and Larry, and that Larry didn't really do some of these things that he said. So then the PLT had her call the breadbasket blogger, and they make up, and then all of a sudden they're on Facebook.
POT
mentioned on
POT would be CTV.
His show that she was, and we apologized. She apologized. I apologized, and we were okay. And then I asked her a question. I asked straightforward. I said,
"Okay, yes, that's what I thought." Thank you for clearing that up. Yes, okay. You said basically the bank made the church for Victor to step down because it was a liability. The church had lost thousands of members to the church, which affected their bottom line. Exactly. That is literally what happened. It was a business deal, and that business went sour because of this bitch. And she went in and she had an assignment, and she was successful in her assignment. I'll just say that. She was very successful. But again, there's always the end, and God always has the final say and the last word in everything. Let's go ahead and keep going.
Revenge porn, because you put your sex tape in his Patreon.
If she was on assignment, I'll just say that. Allegedly, this is all alleged, okay? If she is really and was sent on assignment, right, on this pastor and on this minister in connection with her already jilted feelings and emotions over this, right? If that is the case, then man, oh man, this is something else, okay? And this is really crazy. And this is why people distance themselves from her, okay? Because they don't want any parts to her treachery that ends up coming out later, and everybody all comes out in the spin and in the wash with her, okay? That is what the problem is. So again, all these statements are alleged, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Let's go ahead and finish with, let me see your transcript. We're almost done here, and then we're going to end the show.
I think that was the beginning of my doubts, was like, Kim, you know me. She didn't say yes or no. So she was deflecting. And then so later on, another she wasn't, even though she was a moderator on Daryl's page, she wasn't always there. When she did come, she was like, oh, I didn't know you were on. And I'm just like, okay, he has a set schedule. And then it was like literally 3 weeks ago, she was on with April. I think we were talking about autism and special needs. And
yes.
And then literally the next day,
I'm violent and
within 24 hours, it was like
she's afraid of me.
She comes into, I think, your live and says, "Oh, so one of my friends told me that you sent some stuff to Victor," and we were all like, "What are you talking about?" You addressed it there right then and there, and then she stayed for a while and then she left, and I was just like, "That was weird." Then the next day, all of a sudden, it was like, I'm getting phone call. I think you got a phone call, Daryl, and then the next day I get a phone call, and she's like, Kim, I just need to talk to you because you're like the reasonable one, and I can't get a hold of, she's saying another person one of the other humidors, and she's like, "You're reasonable, you're level-headed," and she tried to paint this picture that Daryl threatened Larry last night, and I'm just like, didn't we all talk to Daryl after the live? So when did he supposedly have did this? And then she said, "I heard him. I'm scared of him." I'm like, "You're scared of him?" And I was like, "Are you sure you heard what you heard? Because you were smoking weed and you maybe didn't do it." Didn't say things correctly, and I was just like, and then she tried to say, "Oh, and he has a best friend that committed a murder."
Good morning. Let me see your transcript. No, this isn't.
He went and committed murder, and then came out and hung out with him, and I was like, I know that's a lie. And then I was gonna say, I'm gonna back up a little bit. When we first we started interacting, I think it was after. We all kind of I was just finally was like, okay, the king doesn't like us. We left him over there. He's I guess we're the enemy now. I think when Marcellus questioned her, and that's one thing about I mentioned before about narcissists. Narcissists don't like to be questioned. They want you to believe them, and they want you to be the center of attention. And so she said something like, "Oh, I'm going to give you guys the proof that the breadbasket and the king have been talking all along." Then when Marcellus was making her accountable, she kind of acted like a teenager. And
this is a video with you, Daryl Moore, and Marcellus talking in regards to this. This isn't Nappy Yankee or anything, and this isn't your DMs or your lives. Okay, I can tell you where it's from. I'll put a link to it, but I don't want to just say that out front. But no, it's not. It's definitely not. Oh, you said Daryl Moore. You mean DM or Daryl Moore? Daryl Moore. Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the messages. But yeah, it is Daryl Moore's. Yes.
Answer his calls and his texts. Even I noticed that in our text group, he would text a message and she wouldn't respond. I would get a separate message. And then
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with all of that stuff. Okay.
Plant seeds of doubt.
We appreciate you, girl, because listen, you don't understand how much I learned from listening to this stuff, right? And from hearing from you and a lot of things that you put together, a lot of puzzle pieces that were put together. You definitely did that. So I wanted everybody to kind of hear these things and get a full understanding of what we're dealing with this woman. So let's go ahead and keep going. We appreciate you. Let me see a transcript.
Wow.
And like I said, you have definitely been vindicated in this stuff regarding her on both sides of this, from her to AAS on both sides. So let's go ahead and keep going.
She's really a narcissist. In my mind, I was like, yeah, she's a narcissist.
Okay.
And she's really trying to take the
I didn't know that. I got to go check that out.
And I'm like, Marcellus does have integrity. He says who he is. He does what he says. So I don't have anything to doubt him. I don't have anything to doubt Daryl. But she kept trying to plant this thing I guess because I have been standing up for her because I thought she was in the right.
If somebody has the link to the Nappy Yankee interview, if you guys can put that in the comment section.
And finally, I just, when Marcellus said, "Oh," when she said, I think she told you, Daryl, that I'm going to finally give you the evidence when I come back for trial. Well, before, I think Marcellus had asked her for the information, and she got mad and said, I think you said, "I'm going to give you 1 day to cool off." And she told me, "Oh, who does he think he is? He's not my daddy. He doesn't tell me. He's going to give me 1 day to cool off. I'm going to talk to him when I want to talk to him."
Now, don't that sound familiar, Sector? Where we've been waiting on these receipts from her for weeks now because she ain't got time to do things when we say. When she not going to jump up when somebody say she going to do something when she get ready and when she wants to, right? Don't this sound like her? But yet it's her initiating it. This is so familiar, y'all. It is ridiculous how familiar this stuff is and the history of her continuously doing the same exact things over and over and over again. It's ridiculous.
Texted you this past week. I'm just all this time that you didn't text him or call him.
And I haven't
do it now.
Yeah, I have not had a single conversation with this young lady. And here's the funny thing about this. I gave her the couple of days to cool off because I gave myself
we got 61 people in the cloud. Take a like button, guys.
I knew she was lying, and I had told Daryl, I
appreciate
had
everybody
told
for
all
watching.
of you guys, I'm so upset right now. I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna fall back because I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be mean to her. So I said, let me calm down first, and then her and I talked. A whole day went by. The second day came by. I said, okay, well, you go and get whatever you need to get, because she said she had to calm down, or she would say some things that she would live to regret. And I was like, whatever. So then,
okay,
and then pick it up from there, Kim, because that's how that transpired.
Okay, and then so everything was going okay until the day after April, her and Daryl were on the live together, and that's when well, let me back it up. When it was time for her to go to trial, I actually. I think she was gonna go like was it March?
It was on a Monday.
Was it like March the 6th or something like that? And so I actually texted her, I think Saturday, and I said, "Hey, have you started packing?"
Yeah.
And she said, "Oh, I'm not going." And I'm like, "Why?"
Listen to this, guys.
The story, which I knew like then. I was like, "Okay, Marcellus is right." She basically said, "Well, New York says it's not allowing students to fly on domestic flights because of the COVID crisis. And if my kids come with me on the flight, when they get back, they're going to have to be at home for 14 days. And I said, "Oh, what about your fiance picking up the kids and you go by yourself?" "Oh, he doesn't have permission to pick the kids up," which I'm just like, he's your fiance. Right. He lives with you, and the kids in your home. And so
I also know for a fact that's a lie, because he most definitely does. Well, according to her, she says, see, we don't know what's a lie. Okay. We don't really know what's a lie. All we know is, according to her, she's saying that, you know what? You said this is my thumbnail. No, it's not really your thumbnail. I took a piece of it and I changed it. So yes, it's a portion of it, but it's not the same thumbnail. But we appreciate you being here. If you want me to change it, I can, but I did change it. Okay, so, but shout out to you. I appreciate you being here, because this is most definitely giving us the information that we need in order to solve this issue that we've been having with her, because we've been having the same problems with her that you've been having. You understand what I'm trying to say? So yeah, you can see the difference in the thumbnail and how I changed it and what I did with it. Okay, so I understand. If you'd like me to change it, I can. But no, I definitely do have, I took a portion of it and I did change that. But we appreciate you for being in the building and for definitely dropping down. And shout out to you. And again, I do want to use this in fair use. I'm not trying to take anything from you or take anything away from you. But we have had problems with this same woman in the same exact ways. Okay. And this is why I've been showing the sector exactly what's been going on with this situation. So let's go ahead and keep going, guys.
He's the researcher I am. I went on to
okay, thank you.
Website.
Oh, no problem, no problem. We appreciate you being here. We trying to get this bitch. Like, I'm done with her. I can't take her no more. We're done.
I don't see anything about
thank you, sir.
Flights. Then I go to the New York Public Schools, the chancellor, and I don't see. I see the schools at the time were still open. They hadn't closed them yet.
Right.
And there was only one school where they actually had. They were actually, I think, closed.
Shit, I even had questions with. Let me see a transcript over that situation, because she made it seem like it was real.
Out of the country or out of the state, you will have to keep them at home for 14 days. That was not her kid's school.
Mm-mm.
So, and then I looked at the New York City, what the mayor said, nothing about school. So I'm just like, okay, my husband was right. You just really lied to us. So I was like, okay, whatever you say is a grain of salt.
Yes, indeed. We are on her ass over here, too.
Oh, I'm going to give you all the information you want about Larry and...
Oh, thank you, sir. I know her address. I was at her house. So the address now, allegedly, let me tell you about that, Daryl. The address now is actually in New Jersey. She no longer lives in New York. I don't know the Tribeca address just off the top of my head, but I definitely have her address in Jersey, because when I was there, I like remember how she's been telling y'all, sector, that her and Danny took care of me and they had to buy all my food and do all this other stuff. Honey, I was door dashing my own food to their apartment. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. And it's funny because at the time, right? At the time that I was door dashing food to myself to her apartment, let me see what I ordered. I think I ordered a cheesesteak and some fries or something like that. And then I ordered a pizza because we was in that area. So the food up there is much better, right? So I was ordering food. I stayed in their apartment in Jersey City. Yep. She went to the Bronx. Danny is in Jersey City. She still lives there too. She lives in Jersey City as motherfucking well, y'all. I'm letting y'all know. I was in the apartment. I stayed there. I slept in the living room, right? I ate breakfast the next morning in there. I ordered my dinner there, and everything. I met the kids. I've been all throughout that apartment. I know exactly what it looks like, and I know she stays there, and I know she has clothes there and everything because she was changing in and out. On Cole Street, yeah, that one. The one that Danny, yeah, in Jersey City, yeah. I got that address too because I DoorDashed there. And it's funny because she had said to me, girl, I don't know, girl, because you DoorDash, if you DoorDash, then you're going to have my address and this and this and this. And because I didn't have her address at first, she picked me up from the train station. We tried to keep things, as cool as possible. But then I did get an address from her once I, knew what was up. So, yeah, I'm telling y'all, that's where she lives at. She does not live in the Bronx. Now, she did have an apartment in the Bronx. I'm not sure if she still has it. Okay, I will say that. I do think she still has the Bronx apartment because the state showed up there, Daryl, right? And I know all of this stuff. Okay, we about to get into this tea real quick. The state actually showed up to that apartment first, okay? And then the landlord there did get in touch with her. She kept saying it was her sister that got in touch with her, which I think, we all know who her sisters, quote unquote, are, right? So what I think is one of her girlfriends that be tricking with her, I think one of them lived in that apartment. Like she's subletting that apartment to that person. And that person let her know, yo, the state showed up. She had video evidence of them on like a Ring camera coming up to the apartment and everything. Okay. She showed it to me. And then, that's how she made it real. Like showed me that the state was at the door. And then, then they ended up coming to the apartment that she got now with Danny. And they came to the Jersey City apartment. And that's how New Jersey got involved. And, they had to transfer the case from New York to New Jersey because of that. But yes, they did show up to the Bronx. So you're the one that's... This is like a movie, child. I'm saying she told me you did. She told me you was calling Child Protective. At the time, I couldn't understand something like that, right? Until now. Now I can understand exactly why somebody would call CPS on a person like her. Just because of all the treachery that she's got those kids wrapped up in and involved in. And believe me, in the next series of this for our sector, guys, we are going to get into how serious it has been for the kids, the kind of stuff that the kids have seen, the things that the kids have been involved in, all kinds of stuff. And I'm not talking about the 2 kids that she don't take care of. We're talking about the kids that live with her and the things that they have witnessed, the things that they have dealt with, okay? While she's talking about Darrell's kids, while she's talking about my kids, while she's talking about everybody out here, all these people, she got her name in their mouth. You understand? She got their name in her mouth. And look at how and what this woman has been involved with like she has been. It don't make no motherfucking sense out here. Let's see what we got in the chat here. Yeah, so I definitely have her address. I do want some other things. I will be hitting you up by email. I'll try to hit you up today as soon as I get done what I need to get done. I will try to hit you up today because there is some other things that I would like to ask you about and even interview if you'd like. So we'll talk about those things very, very soon. You said, hello, anyone I didn't speak to when I came in. You said she went to the Bronx. Danny is in New Jersey. Right. You said, you said, Mr. Jason, when was the lady in San Diego addressed? So I do remember that Daryl did address anti-Afro on a video. I do remember hearing that. Maybe it may have been a couple of them. Okay. And that's what really did spark my interest. I was really interested in a lot of things that he was saying. I'll tell you what really broke the straw that broke the camel's back, Mr. Moore, was the video of you interviewing Breaking the Culture's kid's grandmother, Michael's grandmother. When that interview came out and I heard that, I'm telling you, I had people that were trying to tell me not to deal with Breaking the Culture, right? And they were telling me all this stuff and everything. And when they were telling me about these kids, I was like, you know, by the end of it, because I had asked her about it multiple times, by the end of it, she ended up telling me, listen, I ended up telling them I would have to hear from the grandparents themselves, or, you know, from the parents themselves. I would have to hear something from somebody else in order for me to believe this shit. And when I heard that story from the grandmom, man, she had so many details of things and stuff that I already know about Drea, and it was just too good to be true. It was just, it couldn't be a lie. Like, it was just no way she was lying. There was no way. And I heard the story a couple of times. I listened to it a couple of times. And yeah, I separated myself from her after that. I couldn't deal with Drea after that. But yeah, most definitely that did happen. You say you got the address. Okay. You said she ain't cooked for you. You were a guest. Yeah, I was a guest. She cooked bacon in the morning because she was making eggs. I don't really eat eggs in the morning. And I don't eat scrambled eggs and shit like that. So she had cooked some scrambled eggs and some bacon. I took some of the bacon and that was it. I maybe got a couple of grapes or something. And that was really it. I don't even think I did grapes. And we ended up going out to eat and doing other shit any fucking way. So yeah. And then we was taking pictures and the photos. That's what kind of came into play and stuff. But I was ordering my own food. Like, what you talking about, girl? I don't eat like y'all. And no. You said peace to Daryl Moore. You said I sent child protectors right to the Bronx. And I remember seeing the video. She sent me the Ring video, the Ring camera video. She sent me a screenshot of that. And she was like really trying to make it like you were this monster of a man who was coming after her and after her kids. And the FBI was looking after her. She even told me that it was like, I want to say Secret Service or the FBI had gotten involved because there was a certain program that the state had set her up with, which would protect victims from stalkers. Okay. This is her story to me. All right. Now that you're here, I can tell you what she said. She told me that there was a special program that she had been set up with by the courts because she was being stalked by you. And that program brought like an officer of the FBI or the Secret Service. I can't remember which one it was. Not Secret Service, but I forgot what it was. Homeland Security. It was something like crazy, obnoxiously crazy, right? That they were supposed to be like standing at the door, watching after her, that the kids were at, they were going to the school, following the kids to school and everything because it is so bad and she is so afraid of you. This is what this woman was telling me. She was telling me that you were like doing that you had done time for abusing somebody's child. It wasn't your child, but it was somebody at a school or something like that you had worked at, or as a coach or something like that. She was really trying to paint this picture of you like you were this monster, okay? And so she kept saying, I'm going to give you the evidence. And what she really kept saying was, I'm going to give you the evidence and I'm going to let you break the story. You can tell the story on your show and it's going to be huge and it's going to be big. And I'm just like, girl, what are you talking about? Can you give me some evidence of any of this stuff you're telling me? Because you're just saying it and he's responding and you're saying this. And then what's really going on here? You got to give me more evidence than this. You know what I mean? And the stories were so outlandish about the FBI and all this stuff. Like, it was just unbelievable. And I kept telling her it was unbelievable. Like, you're not making any sense. And that's when she came up with that receipt that the cops, like she had gotten in touch with the cops. I think you ended up talking about this receipt, but it was a receipt that she posted and acted like she got some kind of police report. Well, I had a friend of mine investigate that report, right? I'm not going to say who that is. Shout out to that person. I had a person of mine investigate that report, and it turns out that is a very generic report. It is something you can get from like offline, and you can just forge and say whatever you want to. There was also a lot of other things missing from that report as well. There was numbers, case numbers that can't be found, all kinds of stuff that was on there. And the website itself actually goes to a generic site. So those are things that she does. She does different things like that, and making things appear like it's some website and it's all kinds of stuff when it's nothing anywhere close to stuff like that. So you've been vindicated with those kinds of things for sure. For sure. You said at eyes, probably a little after this segment. You said T Pre is a legend. LOL. You said, hold on, is that the real Daryl in the chat? Yes, it is. That's the real Daryl. You said, can Ahmad please check to see if that's the real Daryl? You said, I sure did. Yep, we know. You said, no, a year later, Mr. Jason C. You said, could Ahmad check to make sure that's the real Daryl? You said, yes, it is, eyes. Okay. So we know it's him. I knew it was him anyway. You said, I gave them video of her getting high and drunk around them. Man. Oh, man. That's wild. And I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised. When she drinks and she get drunk though, like drunk, she gets nasty, like really bad nasty. Like I ain't talking about like, shout out to me and me being a little tipsy the other night, right? I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about way deeper than that. I think you guys have seen a little bit of it, but if y'all could see in person, I know Photon has witnessed it. I know Shakim has witnessed it. I don't know if they're willing to talk about it right now, but maybe one day they will. But yeah, honey, she gets crazy when she gets drunk. It don't make no sense. He said that's the real Daryl. He said, eyes, that's Daryl Moore. He said, if y'all nosy asses don't hit that like and share, right? He said, okay, just checking. He said, Andrea has 2 open warrants in Ohio. Oh yeah, so we've already gone over a lot of things on this channel in regards to her. We've gone over the grandmother's story. We've gone over the warrants out for her arrest. We've gone over the Victor Couzens story pretty deep, but this is kind of the redemption for him. With this part of the story was definitely the redemption and kind of showing the connection of her and, not only her craziness for wanting to take him down in the first place, but then the possibility that there is a ring of people that were attempting to do this, in regards to this matter. I can't confirm or deny those things. All I can do is go by the evidence that we have in front of us, right? And we appreciate that evidence being presented. You said, gotcha at transcripts. You said, so can y'all stop repeating that lie on me that I called CPS on her? Exactly. Daryl said it on his channel and my channel too. And remind you guys, I have always told Breaking the Culture, and I have always told our sector, let me see your transcript, did not call CPS. Now, Breaking the Culture has been the one to tell the sector. Now, unless she's lying, right? Unless she is lying, which God knows if she is, right? Like that lady said, you can only believe 90, you can only believe about 10% of what she says. 90% of what this girl says is a lie. So far, that has panned out to be true in the sector, okay? So I've always said that if there was a second call from a second individual at the same time that Daryl Moore called CPS, it was never let me see your transcript. It was AAS that did it. AAS has that type of personal bullshit about her. If she has a vendetta against you for anything, okay, it don't matter what it is, she will stab you in the back and just lay your head on her shoulder and, and comfort you at the same time that she's stabbing you in the back. That's the type of shit that Anti-Afro does. She's been doing that for years to her friends, quote unquote, years to people. Okay, she's been doing that kind of stuff. So if Breaking the Culture is not lying about that whole fiasco and that whole scenario, then it is AAS. There's the one that called. It has never been let me see your transcript. It was AAS. And that's because Breaking the Culture decided to hang out and fuck around with me and fuck around with Shakim and actually get comfortable and cool. And she had a vendetta against that. Absolutely. Plus she gave us her information. She gave us information on her. She gave us her sister's picture, that kind of stuff. and she had a vendetta against her for it. Yeah. So, yep. Let's go ahead and keep it moving now. You said, I have the CA Trailer Park Lady address. Oh, do you? Is that so, sir? And I have some information for you too. I will be sure to hit you up today after the show at some point. I will be sure to hit you up. If you can kindly drop your email address in the chat, I would definitely appreciate that, sir. He said, eyes, yes, sweetheart. He said, Andrea was lying to Danny, saying she was pregnant, knowing she is fixed, which is something that we are going to get into in the next video, guys. Yes, it is fact that she is fixed, okay? And we are going to get into that. He said, I still got grandma phone number. Do you? Wow. So what I would like to do as well, I was thinking about this, is giving them a donation, the grandmother, for the kids, right? What I would also like to know, though, is do they, I hear you, Knockout. I hear you. What I would also like to know, though, right, is as far as the grandmother and as far as the kids, are the kids both in each other's life? Like, do Aiden and Michael talk to each other? Do they see each other? Do they know that they're brothers? You know, I know that you've answered some other questions in regards to the mom, but those are questions I kind of have, right? Are the kids okay? And do they need assistance with anything, right? And how can we send something if we'd like to? That would be something I'd like to know. You said, let me see your transcripts. Never did anything to Andrea. I sent them. Exactly. I hear you, Knockout. But see, everybody here has the right to speak. Like, we're going to all talk about this because ultimately everybody has kind of a common denominator in an issue, right? Even if you guys have disagreed or had problems, she has been the common denominator in a lot of these problems and also a lot of these things, right? So let's have a diplomatic conversation about some things and set some things to the side, at least for a second. I get it. I think you guys have all been through some stuff, right? But our sector is not aware. We only get one side of this, you know what I'm saying? And we got to go around looking for stuff to really hear what really happened in this situation. You see what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and just keep that moving. Yes, child. She was trying to say it wasn't the Secret Service. It was like the FBI or Homeland Security. It was something of that nature. And then she also kept saying like she kept throwing in that her kid's father is in the military too. And they are the reason why also that, you know, this between him being in the military and between this program that helps for people, victims of stalking, that, you know, would be allowing this FBI person to be following the kids to school and going back and forth. Like, she had a bodyguard standing in front of the door. I'm like, this cannot be serious over Dalmore. And like, he seemed like the nicest guy. Like, I even told her, Mr. Moore, I'm gonna tell you what I told her. I was like, yo, if it's that deep, like, me and my girls, like, I'm in a club, right? So I was like, yo, me and a couple of my bitches, we could come stand in front of the door. Like, you know what I mean? It's not an issue if you're really scared of this nigga like that. And she was just like, she was like, no, the courts have appointed these people and they change shifts and all kinds of shit. It was just so unbelievable. It wasn't even funny. Like, oh my God, it was just so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. You have no idea, like, the shit I went through with this girl. I might have to postpone this live because there's a little bit more that we're going to talk about on that rest of that video. But what I'm going to do is add this to the next video and add the rest of what we're talking about. I'm just going to finish the comments now, and then I'm going to end the show. But we are almost 3.5 hours into this video, guys. So I do want to kind of end the video at some point. But I do want to finish the comments. But there is about 39 more minutes left that I wanted to comment on the video. And like I said, I think I'm going to put the rest of that in the next video or the next part of the series. Okay, so, but anyway, you said Andrea can't call the cops on anyone. She has outstanding warrants. Yeah, she's been telling people around here in this sector that because I've been talking about this stuff so openly, because I broke the news to the sector about her missing kids that she claims, don't exist, because she's told us that those kids don't even exist at all. Okay. So ever since then, I've been like, on this mission because of her lies on me. So now I've been telling your stories and telling the things that you've been letting us know about her. And those things have panned out to be true. We're looking up this information. We're going through the court systems. We know all the grandmother's name and all that stuff too, because we looked for all this stuff, because that bitch be lying. And so as long as she lies, I could tell the truth about her. And that's it. And I told her, every time you tell a lie on me, I'm going to tell a truth about you. And so the other day she decided she wanted to lie and say some more shit. So I said, well, you done released the Kraken, sweetheart, because now all the information that I actually have about you, now I'm going to go ahead and just start slowly putting that out in the sector and just letting everybody know what's really good with this Vixen over here. It's just crazy though. But yeah, I know that for a fact. She's telling them that, she's taking me to court too. And, now I have, allegedly she's having me processed and all this other stuff. And she's getting me in court and everything. And we've looked her up because I'm in Delaware. So we looked her up in Delaware by name. And she don't pop up nowhere in this system over here. We even did it earlier today just to verify, right? Yeah, homegirl ain't been to Delaware to file a damn thing as of yet. It don't make no damn sense, child. You said, Daryl, hello, I'm Teresa, a.k.a. My Opinion. Yes, my girl right there. Child. Mm-hmm. You said, I wouldn't trust DoorDash either. LOL. That's her address. That's definitely it. Yep, that's it. You said, good morning to everyone. Everybody says, hey to Daryl. You said it was a Photoshop report. Yep, that's what it was. And it was something she had kind of taken down, and then she wrote all this stuff on there. There was no badge number. There was no nothing. There was so many things missing from that report. And there's a lot of things that you have, right, as evidence against her that I'll tell you, we can break down for you over here in our sector, and we can show you how we know exactly for a fact that this evidence comes from her. So I'm going to do that in a future video, okay? Probably the next video on this series, I'm going to pull up a video that you did, and it's going to show some evidence that it was definitely her that you were talking to. And I'm going to prove that, okay? So we'll definitely do that really, really soon. She loves Photoshop and shit. She had her photographer, right? The photographer, yeah, the black one. She had him Photoshop pictures of me as well. She liked that photographer, honey. You said, don't get on the wrong side of him or he'll look up your info and put it out as well. I hear you. You said, OMG, T-Pre, Ray Trace, Knockout, Let Me See a Transcript, and now Down More, all collectively unified against breaking the culture of silence. Oh, my, honey. Oh, my, this is not looking good. I told y'all it was going to be a hot fucking summer. Didn't I tell y'all 60 days of hell? Let's get it. Okay, so I see this. You said they said someone changed my address to somewhere in Ohio. Why would I do that? Again, good luck in prison. And he says, let me see your transcript. The poor guy had his mail forwarded to my house. I sent it back and the postmaster stopped it. Okay. And then you said, I am human first. You said, man, let me call the postal inspectors now. SMH. Okay. All right. See, I don't know any of this stuff right here. I don't. You said Ray Triggs in the building. Oh my God, this is epic. This is epic. You know it. You said Daryl Moore, OMG, honey. Child, listen. You said, are you going to be okay? I am human first. Please don't pass out. Man, what's happening, Triggs? I appreciate you being in the building. And Triggs is one of my moderators, one of my new besties. Oh, child, I told you, child, to leave me alone, breaking the culture. You just don't understand, honey. how the truth will make things come out, okay? And how everybody will band together and just listen to the truth about you and get an understanding of exactly what's going on with you, okay? You got to fight this battle alone. You can't pull Larry into this. You can't pull Conscious TV into this. This is your battle alone with our sector, okay? I know other people have these issues or whatever. We're not in that. We're talking directly to you, ma'am, okay? And your issues with us and the things that you have tried to do in this sector and how you have used AAS to do these things as well. Now, let's see what type of receipts you end up having tonight on Shock and Raj show. Let's see if those receipts actually pan out to anything. The receipts that are supposed to come out on Brother Triggs here, okay? To see if you're actually going to produce receipts tonight. Or are you going to talk about me again? Is that what you're going to talk about? You know, like, or you just want to talk about me? Or are you actually going to produce some evidence again tonight? Are you going to give us a case number for me? For Let Me See Your Transcript, for Daryl Moore? Are you going to give us any of this stuff? Are you going to show us evidence that Ray Triggs was the one that is the master puppet behind all the bullshit going on in this sector? Are you going to do that? Or are you going to filibuster again, like you've been doing now since 2018, since 2017? What are you going to do? Because everybody's here. We here front and center, and we talking about it. Let's go. You said Andrea Garrison is the root of all damn problems. She's a demon. It's funny because I was telling everybody earlier, I had branding that I put together for this. And the branding that I originally did, I put this up, right? And I looked at it and realized how it was spelled. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I didn't mean to say that, but I think I meant to say that, but I kind of didn't. The denominator, right? But she is the common denominator, but the common denominator too, right? But I had to show you guys that because that was just hilarious. Man. That was hilarious. Okay, let me go ahead and get back to the comments here. You said, I never grandmother about if they ever had contact with each other. Okay, that was something I would love to know. I would also maybe, yeah, well, I don't know, because I would hate to just keep bothering her, you know, and just keep talking about this and everything. But she gave us enough information, and I definitely shared that with the loungers here. You said a person with outstanding warrants can't contact law enforcement. They definitely go to jail. Okay, because I definitely did ask her, I did let her know, like, you can come to Delaware if you want to. They will extradite your ass to Ohio. They ain't got no problem. They are so petty like that. It's not even funny. You said, my baby. You said, I figured that question would get ignored. It's all good. What question? What question? I don't know. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. Maybe I did miss. Okay. You said, and what did I say in that email? Let me see your transcript because your story to the sector doesn't match with what I said. Oh, okay. I didn't see that either. Okay. What are y'all talking about in this chat? Maybe I'm missing some stuff here. All right, I'm going past this stuff right here. Okay, you go ahead and answer that question because I'm not sure where that came from. And I'm sorry, y'all. I missed some comments up there, so I apologize for that. You know these comments be going fast. All right, so so now he asked you that question. You said, "Let me see your transcript. I am trying to contain myself. This is child." You said she is a delusional liar. A security detail for a hooker, okay? Yes, this is what this bitch was saying. She was saying that security was like outside the door waiting and they were like there and stuff. And there was times where we were on the phone and she would be talking and then all of a sudden she'd start whispering and be like, yo, I'm gonna call you right back. They're here and they're about to be watching. I'm like, what is you, girl? Like, this is crazy. So I understand what Let Me See Your Transcript went through in talking to her and having like behind the scenes conversations with her that just don't add up to reality. You know what I'm saying? Like basic reality. You know what I'm saying? Just weird shit. Yeah. So definitely I agree. You said Daryl Moore is a good person, but he is not down with the bullshit. Okay. I'm the same motherfucking way. So I understand. You said, wow, LOL. You said Andrea has 4 kids. Oh, we know. We got little shit like this going on over here. Let me show you what we do over here real quick. Let me go ahead and remove this branding so you can see what I got up here, okay? Let's hashtag, where are the kids? We have certain hashtags over here that we call this bitch out on, okay? Where are the kids? Where's Aiden? Where's Michael, right? While you're talking about everybody else's kids, because she's been over here talking about people's kids, talking about people's parenting skills, talking about all type of shit, right? But hashtag, where are your motherfucking kids, bitch? How about you on here doing all this bullshit, talking this shit to people, doing all this motherfucking fuck shit, making up lies and stories and everything? Where are the goddamn kids? That's the question of the day. Period. You said, my, child. You said the USPS is a government entity. Postal inspectors are law enforcement. Federal law enforcement. That's not true, actually. And they're actually not a government entity, but it is like, I forgot what it's called, but they're not government employees. That's what it is. It's the entity itself is the government, but it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, but they're not government employees at all. The Postal Service is not. There's not. Who the hell is calling me on YouTube? Who the fuck is girl? I don't even talk to that person. That's why they're calling me on there. They gonna call me on Facebook. I don't even talk to you, girl. Barely talk to her. He said, federal law enforcement. No, he said, when they lie on you, tell the truth on them. Exactly. She can't take anyone to court. She has warrants. Exactly. So binary, while you out here, oohs and ahs and, oh, you're taking her to court and we're taking your word for it. No, honey. No. She cannot take anybody to court until she goes to court for her own motherfucking shit, okay? Just to let you know, okay? Yeah, can't be everybody saying the same thing, okay? Everybody lying on that bitch? No, binary. You are a fool for taking on that woman's bullshit. Real nigga shit. A fool. You said grandmother and dad told second son about breaking the culture of silence. Okay. Wow. He said, by the way, I am not dodging a process server. Neither am I. Let me see your transcript, because apparently I am the second one in the sector now to dodge a process server on her, right? This is what's happening according to her, and that they can't find me and that the courts are looking for me. I don't know how that's possible, but this is what she's saying. So, okay. Yeah, I'm not dodging anybody either. But how about there's just no case, literally? Like, we've looked it up in the system to see if she's even filed anything. And no, she hasn't. We looked it up as of today as well. And as of this morning, she still hasn't filed anything in the state of Delaware against me, let alone a process server is looking for me because there's nothing filed. So, you said, Daryl Moore, let me see your transcript. See, Shakim Ra Exclusive's latest live video. You might want to skip to the portion when Breaking the Culture hit the stage. Yeah, there was a lot that was said and a lot that she out here doing. You said, Knockout is the last one to talk about anyone looking up somebody's info. Ciao. You said, Daryl Moore, let me see your transcript. Shakim Ra's video is crash and burn. Yeah, y'all need to take a look at that. Y'all should take a look at that video because it was something else. And when Breaking the Culture got on there, you said, oh, really? I Am Human First. Mm-hmm. And they supposed to be having another show tonight. Let me see a transcript. So make sure that y'all, somebody put a link to it in the comment section so that they can go ahead and get that and go over there and subscribe so they can be front and center to listen to what Breaking the Culture has to say. And make sure y'all bring everybody from the church sector over too so they can hear this shit tonight, okay? They can hear what this bitch is talking about over here in our sector. What's up, Raven Jones? Appreciate you. You said, hey, yo, Breaking the Culture aside, did I just witness Fupa admit to mail fraud? Ooh, wee. Back to the clouds I go. See, child, y'all over there. Y'all be having it popping over there in that sector. We don't know what's up, okay? We just over here on the sidelines, and we just trying to take this bitch to the fucking ring. I mean, that's just what we trying to do. We trying to knock Breaking the Culture the fuck out. And like I told you, bitch, there's a lot of people in the clouds just watching, okay? There's a whole lot of people that's coming back and saying stuff in the background and different things, getting cash apps and all type of shit because they talking about you, bitch. Yes, bitch. Let's go, bitch. You have no idea. how hot it's about to get in the lounge. I think you're starting to figure it out. You said Grand Rising, Miss T Pre, and Loungers, Miss T Pre, your live is on fire. Thank you. That's not what we're doing. I appreciate you. You said, oh, Raven Jones, Breaking Friends showed up. You said, let me see your transcript. At least I have friends. Okay. You said she has 0 court papers or police reports as evidence. Okay. I'm just saying, no type of police reports, no type of anything, no type of cases filed, no type of any of that. You said, Raven Jones, it's all getting reported. So glad I joined this live this morning. Very glad that all of y'all have joined the live this morning. Very glad. You said, absolutely mail fraud. You said, knockout media facts, got them. Okay. You said, let me see your transcript. Raven Jones, I have friends, and unlike yours, that's not a church liar and whore. Woo, child. Ooh, it's spicy. You said it was a question for transcript. Don't worry about it. Pray. Oh, no, I got you. I know. I already knew that. You said the fact that it's been 6 months since he did it, there's going to be heavier penalties. You can't get that. You can't get help. You can't help the stupid. Okay. You said knockout Fed charges like legit criminal charges. LOL. Like I said, his timing is impeccable. You said there's nothing civil about mail fraud. You go to federal prison for shit like that. Yeah, if it turns out to be true, or if you can actually, say that it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You say you can be arrested by postal inspectors. Go in a post office and talk about, okay, I'm definitely not going to put that word. And I'm actually going to remove that comment because of the word. Well, one of the mods just removed this comment right here. Not every other comment, just that one. You said United States Postal. Be careful what you guys are putting in the comment section, please. You say United States Postal. You guys can talk about anything you want. Just like separate your words or change the words or something like that. Depending on the word you're using, you can say something else. You could put like a asterisk in there instead of the O, right, or something like that. Just so that we know what you're saying, but you're not using those particular words because those words are sensitive here on YouTube. Okay. You said United States Postal Service is absolutely a government entity. Reason why it's going to be around forever. Okay, so like I said, they are not government employees at the Postal Service. This is something you can Google. But I understand what you're saying, but they're not government employees. But I get it. Either way, this is y'all beef. I ain't got shit to do with that. What's up, Amani Jade? You said as soon as you try to change your address, you get a confirmation in your old mailbox. At that point, you can dispute the change if it's false. Exactly. I agree. You said, don't worry about it, Ray Triggs. My issue, you emailed me about something I wanted no parts of. You're asking me if I had any receipts to give you for her receipt show. It would be good for the sector. You said, Imani J, false. Anyone can change your address. So, okay. Anyone can change your address. Look up change of address fraud and the USPS. It's been a thing scammers and idiots have been doing lately to get people's personal information. So let me explain something to you, Knockout. Okay. I'm going to tell you this myself because I do know a little bit of a thing or two about that. Okay. Because I've been in banking for a long time. And there's a particular reason why this works with the Postal Service. It works with the banks and everything. And we're not federal employees either, although federal entities work with the banks. Okay. Now, here's the deal. I can change my address today with the bank, okay? Or change my address with the Postal Service, right? And they are not sending anything to that new address for a period of time, okay? It's usually about 30 days before they send anything to the new address, okay? The old address will immediately get a paper, a letter, or something. It's like a form or something letting you know that the mail has been changed and that your new address will start forwarding mail to the new address within 30 days. Okay. All the mail that comes to the new address will then get this yellow like sticker on it. And it'll have the old address, the new address, and everything is all together. So there would never be a time that the person who has changed their address wouldn't get that information, because they would get the letter in the mail telling them that their address has changed. So that would be right there exactly what Imani Jade is trying to explain to you. It's not that somebody can't walk in. You're absolutely right. Somebody theoretically can definitely walk into a postal service and change your address, right? And say, hey, this is my new address, and this is such and such, and this is what's going on, right? But it would be almost impossible for them to do that without the person finding that out, unless they never check their mail, right? And so unless you never check your mail, how could somebody change your address without you finding out about that? There's no way you would never know about it, because you would get that in the mail first before anything else comes. And then there's still stuff coming in the mail to you. And then eventually your mail stops and it just starts going to the other place. But that's a 30-day process for that particular reason, for the reason of fraud. Now, there's always some loophole. There's always something there that could happen, right? But definitely not the way that you're saying this. It would literally have to be like a 30-day or even longer process where you're not even receiving, where the mail's not even coming to the new place. So there's no way that he would be able to get away with that fast. And that is the reason they have that window of time like that. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, right? This is y'all beef, but I'm just letting you know, like, theoretically, I get it, but this is what they do. This is what actually happens with the postal service. Okay. So, let me go ahead and see. You said, I'm a process server in Ohio. Andrea keeps lying. Yeah, she's always lying about some crazy shit. You said Daryl Moore tried to change Knockout's address and failed. It's still punishable. Okay, so if he did, I mean, that would be crazy, right? Like, that would be crazy. I don't know. Wasn't there. I don't know anything about any of that stuff. All we hear for is this bitch. You said, like I was tired of my problem with her being entertainment for the sector. She was affecting me in real life. Like, what the fuck? People just watching and commenting at the expense of my mental health. I agree with that. I totally agree with that, which is why I also am doing this too, because it's not just you, right? I also went through that shit, and I'm still going through that shit, right? And I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of being lied on, being disrespected. I despise the fact that she disrespected my son, that she disrespected my daughter. And this is why I come for her as hard as I fucking do. And I don't feel no fucking fear about that at all whatsoever. And I'm not done with this bitch. I'm not done with this bitch. I'm not done cooking this hoe. I got more shit to come. Yes, I most definitely do. And like I said, Mr. Moore, I will be in touch with you as well, sir. Because there's specific things that I would like in regards to some things. So I would like to talk to you about that stuff. You said, Imani Jade, it's been a thing with the USPS some last year. They just now started implementing a check of ID. Yeah, I thought there was an ID check for that too. So I don't know. I don't know. It depends on where you are. It could be that. But I did think that they did check an ID. I don't think you could just no longer just fill that out and just drop that off anymore. I think you have to go through a check. And even online, you have to as well, for sure. You said he did successfully do it. However, I still had my current address listed as my shipping and billing address. I had just got off the phone with the post office last week. Y'all are severely misinformed. We might be and we might not be. We don't know, right? Like, don't blame us because we don't know. We're learning about this stuff, about breaking. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, this story y'all are talking about in the chat is not even the show right now. Like, we're not even talking about this stuff. So I would appreciate if we can kind of keep it to what we're talking about. You said, oh, I forgot about mod privileges. Link to Shakim's video. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Make sure everybody go ahead and hit that link so that you guys can go over and take a look at that show and what Breaking the Culture be saying over here with us. You said, Knockout, my point is he didn't get any of your mail, but he obviously tried because he admitted it just now. Okay. You said there's an active investigation. Okay. You said Imani Jade, he did get my mail. It was confirmed by postal inspectors. You said he did not admit Imani Jade. You said, let me see your transcript, friends. You mean the same ones that kicked you from the A team and makes fat jokes against you? All right. You said whether he opened it or not, I'm not too sure. There's more federal charges along with that. You said, let me see your transcript. You bring it up in the sector just like you're doing now in this chat. Don't get upset at other people asking questions if you yourself made it content as well. You said he admitted knowing about it. Let me see your transcript. He told on himself. KOM never mentioned it. Daryl Moore did. You said mental illness, suicide attempts, and drug use are cries for help. Yeah. You said Raven Jones, I have other friends online and off. I sure hope you do. You said active court cases, $740 in debt that you can't pay. Bro, if you're talking about that, I did a video on that, okay? That whopping $750 that he has to pay. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Y'all hit the like button, man, in the fucking chat. I appreciate all the loungers up in here and everybody else and beyond that is in the building. I appreciate everybody. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe. Make sure that y'all share the show out, okay, child? Because we lit up in here. You said, let me see your transcript. Ooh, you mean that Nigerian prince who tried to scam you for a green card, right? Wow, y'all. You said that's not true. You said, and Andrea bounces around to find anyone that listens to her lies. That's exactly what's going on. And that's kind of what I want to talk about right now, guys. You said, Raven Jones, you are who your friends are. So I see you're a church liar and where to. You said, that's absolutely not true. Maybe you should call the post office. You said, exactly. The change of address must be confirmed by the person at the old address. Someone is lying on here and it ain't me. LOL. I'm just saying that does have to happen. Like, I mean, we can have the argument back and forth in the chat because it's entertaining. But at the end of the day, this is stuff that you can just Google, right? And just put that whole argument to rest for real. You said, let me see a transcript says the person getting beamed up and kicked out the beef sector and made fun of by a dude held in contempt twice. Okay. You said, all I can say is watch. Y'all are extremely ignorant when it comes to this. We might be, and we have the right to be because we're not involved, right? We don't know any of this stuff. Y'all got in the chat talking about this, okay? So don't attack us for not knowing. You said, right, Daryl Moore. You said, unless the person was evicted and they wanted their mail to go somewhere, LOL. Right, that would be a prime example. Like if you got put out of the place and you had no access to your old mail, or something like that, or, whatever the case may be, they rechanged the locks on it or something, then I could see you not having access to that. But I don't see how you would be able to, anybody would be able to put a change of address in on somebody and they don't know. Like there's, I don't know. You're going to get that information, but you said, T-Pre, you're wrong. If you work for the post office, I'd agree, but no. Okay, so let me go ahead and just show you guys because I guess you want to argue with me. I don't want to argue with you though, but let's see. Let's do a what happens with when you change of address. Let's see, change of address. Procedures, process. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Oh, okay. So maybe you're right. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and share. But I know it's a 30-day process altogether. Hold on one second. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead. Let's look. So it says, all right. So this is how you do the change of address here. Okay. But here it says, how long does the address change usually take? USPS stops delivering mail to your old address on the designated change of address start date. So the mail starts arriving to your new address within 7 to 10 postal days of the COA start date. So you are right. And then let's see here. Because see, I don't know. I haven't put in a change of address in years. That's why I know nobody has actually looked for me. Okay. Now let's see. You said, what do you need to change my residential address? To change your residential address in person at the DMV, well, that's the DMV. Let's try the postal service. You go to USPS.com to move to change your address online. You do not need to pay a separate company to change your address. Scammers may charge you $40 or more to do what you do for just $1.10 using the Who is Moving. And go to your local post office and ask for the Mover's Guide packet. And that's how you change your address. And that can be done. And USPS does stop delivering your mail to your old address, but they do send a letter to the old address, okay? And once they send that letter out, you should know that your mail is not coming to you anymore, and that is going to the new address. And it says, I believe it has the forwarding address on there. If I'm not mistaken, it might not. I don't think it has the forwarding. I don't know, guys. I haven't done a change of address in so long, y'all. I haven't had to do a change of address in so long. I don't even know what is going on with that. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if it has the forwarding. Let me see. Let's look that up real quick. Does the post office send confirmation of address change? After you submit an official change of address online at the Mover's Guide, in person at the post office, or through the mail carrier, you will receive an email and a physical letter with a 9-digit alphanumeric code requesting confirmation of your change of address. So that has to be confirmed first, okay? And then it would be, so you'll receive an email and a physical letter. So it's not just the email. So even if he gave them his email, right, you would also have gotten a physical letter in the mail. So you would have gotten both, okay? And then there would be a 9-digit alphanumeric code requesting confirmation of your change of address. So you would have to confirm it before they actually go through with it. Now, we've looked at that in real time, okay? Real time. Now, I'm not saying you right, you wrong. I don't know what happened in your situation. I can't speak on that. I don't know what happened, okay? But I'm just letting you know what the post office is saying about that, okay? And you're absolutely right. It is not a 30-day process. We have confirmed that, okay? You said, let me block these flying monkeys of hers. You know what? You said he literally just admitted it. Okay. And, again, you said, Knockout, I believe you that DM tried to change your address, but I don't believe that he was successful. Change of address is not instant. It's even on the website. Exactly. It's not. It's definitely not. You said, let me block these. Okay. All statements here are alleged, guys. Okay, these may not be the statements of Miss T. Pre, Tanisha Price, Black Lounge Divine, Black Lounge Productions, and Black Lounge Entertainment. Okay, but they might be as well, allegedly. All right, but anyway, you said Amani Jade, he did it in December. You said, hit me up. I got the info you need. Okay, most definitely, I will be on to that and be hitting you up sometime today. Okay. We have been on here for 4 hours, guys. I do have to go trying to get through these chats, but I am enjoying the show. You said, and I don't get a lot of mail. Most of my mail is junk, but I still have bills that come in the mail. Okay. Yeah, because you would have had to confirm the change of address. Okay. I can't say what happened. I don't know, right? All I know is you would have had to confirm it, and you would have gotten even a physical letter would have came to your house telling you that the mail had been changed. You said, anyway, back to Andrea and her lies. Okay, yeah, we back to her and her children, missing kids, and all the lies that she be telling and everything that she be doing. Yeah, we out here. You said exactly. Y'all came in here making this about something else. T-Pre, tell me if you want me to enact my mod privileges. Most definitely, ma'am. The mods have full control over the chat. But you know, I really was okay with listening to the comments a little bit. But honestly, I do want to keep this on Andrea because this is about her. Okay, we're not involved in what's going on with CTV, with Larry. I have given my stance on what's happening with Larry. I feel the way that I feel about that. And that's just where I stand with that. Okay. As far as everything else, I'm not involved in all those things because I don't know about those things. Right. All I know is what has affected me and what I have dealt with. And it's this bitch right here. And I am on that bitch's motherfucking ass. I don't have no fucking problem with it. Like I told her, it's going to be 60 days of motherfucking hell out this motherfucker. It might be fucking longer. Okay. Because there is so much motherfucking tea on this bitch. It's not even funny. And now, bitch, I'm about to get even more shit. Okay. Everything that I really was looking for. Shout out to, they know who they are. And I was saying I needed this and I needed that. And they were letting me know they would get it to me. And they never had the opportunity. And it's okay because I knew that the universe was going to bring it to me. And that's just what it is. So shout out to the gods. Peace to the gods. We are most definitely on that ass, bitch. I'm not playing. We not playing with you over here in this sector. You said, yeah, so most definitely, ma'am. You said, my bad, Stephanie Collins. I just had to drop them from the clouds for that. And I appreciate you, Amani Jade. I haven't seen you in a while. Appreciate you being in the building. Everybody that's in here, I do appreciate it. Diggable Logic, I appreciate you too. You said, Miss T-Pre and Loungers, whenever knockoff media shows up here, always tries to make it about him. Let's stay on topic. I do absolutely agree that we need to stay on topic in here. So I'm going to go ahead and get past some of these comments. You said spend $150,000 in legal fees to get a fine of $744 payable to the courts. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, sir. Sound like a win-win to you for me. Shit, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about something, but honey. You said this chat is out of control. Okay, LV. Shout out to you. I appreciate you for being in the building. You said, but if I said I didn't want anything with it, Ray Triggs, why you email me about it? That's why I ain't around for months. Right? And you don't be around. You said, thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share. Shout out to you for the $10 super chat, Steph. I appreciate that. You said, tell me if you need to swing my stick up in here. You got all full control at this point. All the mods come down because, yeah, I ain't trying to do this today. I'm really not. And I do want to keep this about breaking the culture because, like I said, ultimately, our issue is with her. You said, all I know is free Boosie, okay? Wipe me down. Free Boosie. Wipe me down. Wipe me down. You said, Rev G is rubbing off on me. I've spent all morning on YouTube instead of working, okay? Pause, okay? Pause. You said, can't have your mail sent to your mom's house because she beat her up. Like, all right. Yeah. Anyway, Andrea Garrison, right? This is what we're doing right now. So I am most definitely going to be hitting you up to talk about this whole situation. And yes, I do. I noticed that certain people did hop in the chat trying to deflect from the subject and make it about other people. And I most definitely don't want to do that. This is not about you guys at all. I don't care. This ain't about y'all. This is about Andrea. Whether y'all friends with her, whether y'all not, I don't care about any of that shit. At the end of the day, the facts are the facts about this Vixen. And what she's not going to do is come for my family like she did and come for me like she did and think she's going to get away with it. No, I'm going to let everybody know about her fucking shit. Like I said, you want to lie about me? You want to make up shit about me? Bitch, I got so much of your truth, it's not even fucking funny. And I'm going to go ahead and kindly share that shit with the sector. And this also is so nobody else actually, they can look at this and they can see what type of bitch you are, what type of bullshit you into, okay? And what you really about, all right? See, motherfuckers really thought they kind of knew, but they didn't really know. Like Stargate, like I said the other day. She thought she knew, but she didn't really know. But now she gonna know. Everybody gonna know. I'm not playing with this bitch. I got my foot on this bitch's neck. Not playing with her at all. None of y'all can deflect from what I'm doing. You said, let me see your transcript. You didn't tell me anything. You blocked me instead of responding to my polite email. It's all good. I won't bother you. You said, I know I'm right. I just talked to postal inspectors. Okay, well, I'm glad. All right. You said, Triggs, now go buy a fox costume and wear it at your desk. Word. Then you really be in the swing of things, right? You said, yep, sure do, Daryl Moore. You said, Daryl Moore, would you like to be interviewed about all this stuff? I would love to interview Mr. Moore about this. Definitely would love to, and actually put my piece into it, and we can, definitely exchange some notes on some things and really get to the bottom of some shit regarding her. I also want to interview William McCrae. So I need his information because I wanted to interview him and bring him on the show. Perhaps we can put a panel together in regards to all this. You said DC. You said LV pause. You said T Priest Court. Laughing my ass off. Okay. You said LV the show, man. You said sure, DC. Okay. So I will be in touch with you today. If you have a way of getting in touch with William McCrae, maybe we can go ahead and pull this all together and do this all in one show. I did see a clip of William McCrae. Shout out to The Godfather. He posted that clip on his channel. So William McCrae is listed on Daryl on The Godfather's channel, guys. And he actually showed what William McCrae was saying about breaking the culture and some others, but particularly her is who I want to talk about. And I'd like to bring him on the show to bring up these things. But that's after we have this next series. And then we got some other stuff coming out. So we've got a lot coming up with this series, guys. I am not playing around with this Vixen whatsoever at all. You said, no, don't give a notice. Anyone can go in person and change the address without an ID check. They just changed it this year because there have been so many of these cases. It's extremely common. He said, man, if we got more on the mic, the show would be lit. Hey, Miss T. Pre, just so you know, Daryl Moore is open for an interview. Yes, sir. I'm reading everything. He says, see, you get a confirmation in the mail and an email. Someone is lying in Texas. Child, I don't know what's going on over there. He said, how do you get an email if the person committing fraud writes down their information? But what I just said to you, Knockout, I am smarter than this. I read it to you. I said they get an email and a physical letter is sent out in the mail. So it comes out to the old address and you get the confirmation email. So even if he gave them his email address, you would still get a letter in the mail, okay? So unless he's coming from Ohio to Texas, right, to come to your mailbox and physically take your mail out of your mailbox, right, which that would be much harder to believe, then you would also get that confirmation letter in the mail, okay? You would have a confirmation number and you would have to confirm that your mail has been changed. If you get that letter, and even if he got the email first, right, and he confirmed it, right, say that did happen in the worst case. I'm not saying that he didn't. I don't know. I wasn't there. So say that really does happen. Once you get the mail, the letter in the mail, you're going to call the post office with that confirmation number. And you're going to say, why is my mail changed? And this is the confirmation letter I got. That is what's going to happen. That's going to prompt them to say, oh, this person is saying they did not change their mail. This is what I'm trying to say. Now, I'm not saying what you're saying didn't happen. I don't know. I wasn't there. Whether it happened or didn't happen, he's saying it didn't happen. You're saying it did happen. I don't know, right? All I know is what they do in a case like that. That's all I'm telling you. All right? All right. Let's move on. We're moving on. Definitely. He said, once again, just derailed the convo. Yeah, we're not going back to that. I'm not doing any more of that anymore. And I'm not talking about this anymore. He said, dang, 4 hours already? Yes. He said, I'm late. I just got here. You got to go back because there was so much drama that came out on here today. It's not even funny. You said, knockout. The convo is about breaking. Yes, it is. Yes, it most definitely is. You said, at T-Pre can talk about whatever. I can talk about whatever I want in the chat. Well, not here. This is the lounge. Okay. So I think you don't understand that my loungers will time your ass out. Okay. Now, I ain't got no problem with you, Knockout, okay? But honey, just relax. It's not that deep, okay? Whatever your issue is, I'm not taking nobody's side, okay? But you ain't got to get spicy in the chat because none of us are even involved in that shit. We're not talking about that, period. But I did go ahead and show you what the Postal Service does. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying he's lying. I don't know, period. No, and you cannot talk about what you want to around here. And that's just what it is. And Knockout, this is your last warning, as my mod just told you. And she is not just she's not a standard mod. She is a full mod in here. Okay? So he said, Knockout, she is kindly requesting us to focus on the topic at hand. And that's just it. You said, hey, defrauding charlatans, check your messages. You said, diggable logic. Okay. So this is what we're doing with you, all right? Because that's not what we're doing around here. Now, you're welcome to come around when you calm down and you want to have an actual conversation, but you ain't got I ain't got time for that, okay? I ain't got time for that. Do you, boo-boo, okay? Do you. Do you, boo-boo, do you. Because this is not what we're doing around here. That ain't what we're doing. You said she is kindly requesting, yep, okay. You said, hey, defrauding, check your messages. Okay, so you want him to check. You said, diggable. And let's see. You said, Stephanie, child. You said, the beautiful Bernice. You said, what we're not going to do is say, we're going to do what we want. You're going to behave in this lounge. And that's just what it is. You said, T-Pre and Daryl Moore at Ray Triggs. It's about to get so serious. You know it. Polite email. I didn't take it as polite. So yes, I'm blocking and blessing people this year. Okay. You said, do you? Okay. I thought you was talking to him. I didn't know you was talking to her. You said, Stephanie Collins ain't playing with y'all and ain't. And you said, this guy is still deflecting from the subject. Yeah, I don't understand. It wasn't about you, the mail, the Postal Service. You're going to have to go live on your show and talk about that. We talking about this over here. Over here, we talking about this bitch over here. Okay. You said, that's not what we doing. Daddy got out of his recliner this morning. You said, get him. You said, that boy gonna get it. Okay. You said, bye. Sheesh. LOL. You said, why must Knockout do this? Why? Okay. I don't know. And you know what? Sometimes he does. And it's like, I don't really have a problem with you, Knockout. But for some reason, you don't understand that you don't get to just do and just act any way you want to. It is not that serious. It's not that deep, right? All you have to do is just allow the show to go the way that it's going. We are talking about breaking the culture of silence. We are not talking about Daryl Moore and you. We're not talking about the mail, what happened with the mail, all of that stuff. We're talking about breaking, okay? And the bottom line is the sins of this hoe have been treacherous, okay? There has been a lot of stuff that has gone on with this woman. There's a lot of stuff that has happened that has been very, very similar to things that we have experienced right here in our sector alone. We have all experienced her now talking about people stalking her, talking about, all this stuff that she's allowed to do by law, looking into people's families' information, and then sharing that information, and has a history of sharing people's personal information as she has done over an extended period of time. Okay. She has shared now Jive's information with people, has shared Larry's information with people. She has been in bed with multiple men in these series and in this situation, has tried to manipulate multiple men in that situation, and possibly has a special situation actually going on amongst these people that has really put Victor Couzens in a bad space, okay? And did it and should not have, and these things should not have happened to him. That's just the bottom line. At the end of the day, Victor did not deserve what went on. He is a man. He deserves to sleep with a woman if he wishes to, deserves to, get his rocks off if he wishes to, if he's single, right? And he chooses to do so. He did not have to face what he faced. And particularly, the people of the church are the ones that got hurt the worst, okay? They are the ones that lost the church. They lost faith in the church, lost faith in their leader, right? All of this behind a position of power, of wanting to have a position of power, possibly, allegedly, right? Of wanting to, have things a certain way. So you got to send this type of bitch, this type of nasty demon into the mix of such people to ruin their damn lives. And it's funny how everywhere she goes, she leaves little breadcrumbs of her and who she is. She leaves little marks, right? Of, yeah, it's been me that touched this space. We're going to get into those things further in a future video. But like I said, she leaves little markers, like the photographer, okay? And how that photographer has a history of getting information on people, getting documents, and getting photos and videos of people that you're not aware of, right? And video recording family members and different things like that, all while in the midst of her. For what? What was the reason why? Was she setting him up all along? If her photographer is coming through to meet Victor Couzens, and Victor's meeting this photographer, and now later on, this person is allegedly the person that she's claiming is the one that Victor used to, to put her S tapes out, her porn out, right? And come to find out, that's her friend. Victor doesn't even know that man. But yet, this alleged tape came from this photographer that myself, Photon, and Shakem so happened to fucking meet. There's a lot of stuff going on with that girl, and how amazing it is that my photos ended up photoshopped and other things and used as a smear campaign against me as well. There just seems to be a trail of misery and nonsense and bullshit and hell with this woman in everywhere, every space that she goes, no matter where she goes. And this will no longer be acceptable in our space. If there's some people that wish to like and support and everything else, okay. But the truth about her will be shown and will be known. Now, you can choose to get in bed with snakes and choose to fuck with these type of people. That is your choice. But the bottom line is, this woman is treacherous. She's not only treacherous, she's dangerous. And I will say that. I listened to a few more of these lives, and I can agree with that. She's dangerous. I'm not afraid of that bitch at all. There's not many people that I actually have fear over. But a dangerous motherfucker is who you watch. That's the motherfuckers you watch the closest. Those are the ones that you keep the spotlight on, right? The dangerous motherfucker like her. When I say that, and when we have said that Danny really might be in danger, I didn't realize how much until recently, right? Until recently. I wanted to say that he wasn't, but he might be. And we're going to get into a lot of that in the next video. Okay, we're going to get into a lot of things that's going on with that situation, a lot of things that she has done, some phantom accounts that she has, and some other things that are going on with her that are very similar to the things that we have seen and we have experienced with her in this sector. Let me go ahead and take a look at the comments here. You said no home training. We can fix that. Okay. You said it's giving male star vibes. No shade. Okay. Just saying. You said that's not what we're doing exactly. The male star part. Okay. You said DL. You said, does Danny know about the tape? I don't know. I'm gonna ask Daryl behind the scenes. I'm gonna talk to Daryl about some things. I just know that I don't think he does. I don't think he does. But we're gonna see. We'll see what Danny does know. I think there's a lot of things Danny does not know, though, for sure, for 100% sure. Anyway, guys, we are out of here. We are at 4 hours and 21 minutes. I truly appreciate all the super chats that I received, the cash apps, everything else that has been coming through. Make sure that you guys do hit the like button. And guys, I will talk to you guys later. This is the second episode of the Vixen Chronicles. We will be back with the third episode sometime in the near future. But again, guys, we are going to do 60 fucking days. 60 motherfucking days of hell. That bitch want to come around and do the bullshit with me? I got the motherfucking shits for you, bitch. 60 motherfucking days, bitch. Let's get it.